Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
I'ma say this right here, baby, because some of y'all be acting like y'all don't be seeing it. But, baby, playing victim in a situation that you created, oh, yeah, baby, that's narcissistic as hell to me. Hello, somebody, how you gonna create the storm, then get mad when it rain? How you hurt somebody and then get mad that they hurt? How you damage somebody, go outside your way to destroy a person and then get mad when they no longer want to deal with you? Baby, playing a victim in a situation that you created, oh, baby, that's narcissistic as hell to me. I'm sorry, but it is.
I don't enjoy hurting people. I don't enjoy seeing people hurt. I don't enjoy saying things that make people feel bad. That isn't inherent to who I am. But I value truth and love more than making people feel good temporarily. That to me is a bigger issue. And it's simple. Would I want somebody to tell me what I wanted to hear if it wasn't the truth? No. I'd be pissed. That's not my friend. My friend tells me the truth first. That's what I want in my own life. Good friends, tell me that. I'm more concerned if you're afraid to tell people the truth because of what they think of you. Like, what kind of friends do you have?
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm wearing my infamous Gabby Petito shirt. I haven't worn this in like 2 years, right? The last time I wore it was out in front of Bryan Laundrie's house. And I gotta say, I wasn't meaning to. This is kind of in that keepsake box, but apparently when I washed it last, I stuck it into the regular clothes. So when I grabbed a shirt this morning after my shower, I grabbed it and looked down. I'm like, well, I guess I'm supposed to be wearing it today for whatever reason, because it was in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? Good morning, The Real Me Too, up bright and early, just a few minutes after I posted the thumbnail. Thank you for being here. Some of you guys were here for like 3 hours. What? Guys have just been waiting. Followed by Sonia, Lulu's Nana. Nice to see you, Skittles. True Crime. It's nice to have you all here. Jennifer up nice and early this morning. North Carolina Girl Freedom. And she says, good morning, Betty. Change to Moore County, which I did. Thank you. We do not have a Monroe County in North Carolina, my county, which is Union County. I live between Mecklenburg and Anson. Yeah, and I was looking at it on the map, to be honest with you. And quite frankly, I had everything set up here. But then when you started telling me about the counties, I decided, wait a minute, you know what I didn't do? I didn't create a map. So that's what I was doing back here this morning while we were waiting. I was creating a virtual map so we can follow the information and see it on the map as we are reading through the commentary on Allisha Watts. This is a case I learned of it several days ago, and I have been monitoring the situation, but I've been doing some personal work back here for the last few days. So this was the first time I had an opportunity to speak about this case. And when I started looking and doing some research, I realized there were other creators that are actually picking up this case as well, and didn't get a chance to listen to too much of their commentary. And again, I really don't, because I don't like it to infect my mind when I'm researching. I like to research it with a clear mind and not have other people's opinions and stuff in my mind when I'm looking at this stuff. It's just a clearing of the head to look at this in a different light. So, you can kind of make heads or tails of it. This one seems to be fairly clear on its face of what happened here. And it's very, we see how families deal with this stuff all the time. And it's never pretty. And we see law enforcement and they push, people out. They push people out of the investigation. They start holding things close to the chest. They have to do that in an effort to protect the integrity of the investigation. But many families are like, we're not talking to anybody. Why can't you let us know? And, back in the day, occasionally you would have that bleeding heart officer that would kind of inform the family more so than they should have. And that always turns around and bites them in the butt. Why is that? Because family talks to their family and friends that they, have close to their heart, and they will unintentionally, unknowingly let information that was just for them slip to a third party. And then that third party speaks to, their aunt, their very social aunt down the road, right? Now that little tidbit of information was given to a social butterfly, and now that information is now disseminated, and most likely not even disseminated correctly, because by the time it got there, it had already been manipulated a little bit unintentionally by the people that were listening to it and telling to the other person, that whole telephone game. So there's a lot of reasons why law enforcement don't even let the families know, and the families feel pushed out of the investigation. And we hear this all the time, every single case. This is, usually it. We heard it with the Idaho 4. We heard it with other family. We heard it with, Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner, their cousin. We still communicate with their cousin. Their cousin reached out to us. She wasn't getting any information from law enforcement. And that's one of the reasons why we chose to go out to Moab, Utah. We were going out there to follow the steps of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie out there, but they did cross paths with Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner, and within 30 days, all 4 of them were dead. 3 of them murdered. So everybody was thinking that Bryan Kohberger or Brian Laundrie had something to do with the 2 other women that ended up dying, but it ended up being a co-worker of Crystal Turner's that killed them at their campsite. But I guess what I'm trying to express is that the family is always pushed out. It feels like they're not getting answers. They're not being responded to. They're desperate for answers. They just want to know something. The silence kills them. The unknown kills them. It is they're already dealing with the psychological, the physical, and the emotional and mental tolls that losing a loved one is dealing with now, that deals with. And in this case, there's no body yet of Allisha Watts. Many people are, trying to hold out hope that she will be found, but we are past the 48-hour mark in her case. We've been past that for some time. We're now rolling into the we're almost through the second full week of her disappearance. The chances of her making it home and being found alive are significantly damaged at this moment. They're significantly damaged. Statistically, this is not looking good. She is a woman that's always in contact with her family and friends. They haven't seen her. The boyfriend was found in her vehicle. This is not good. And the boyfriend is still out. And he has a horrible, horrible record. And we're going to be discussing some of that record here on this show in just a few moments. So that's kind of the intro going in. I'm going to read the language of letting go. Today is the last day of July. We are fully through 7 months of the year. We have 5 more months of this year left. That's it. 5 more months of this year left. And this year will be over. So July 31st on the language of letting go. I like the title of it. Stay in the game. And it came to pass. It's from this is going to be from there. The passage is from the Bible, which is, and it came to pass. We can't always be sure that things will always work out, but we will always have the strength to make it through. We can trust that eventually both the bad and the good will come to pass. I've had the good ripped away from me and felt sorrow until I could drown, but it passed. All I'm saying is that sometimes the bad guys win and the good guys lose. Sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes nothing that we do seems to swing the decision one way or the other, but we can always come back tomorrow. There's always another chance to play the game, dance, sweat, and cry. And maybe the experience, not the outcome, is the true prize. If you're feeling loss of strength or confidence, let go of the desperate need for positive outcome in your life. Realize that this, too, will pass. Gain your strength from knowing that whether an event is good or bad, we're enriched by our experiences. Only we can choose to learn from them or allow resentment and foolish expectations to destroy their value. Dust yourself off, pick yourself up, step up to the plate, and get back in the game. God, give me the hope, faith, and courage to live my life today. So I find that a great passage today on July 31st, in light of everything that's going on. Obviously things that are going on in my personal life are made public here on the streets of YouTube, which I find it, it's not really appealing, but it is what it is. And we are going to be working through it as positively and brightly as possible. But this too shall pass, right? This too shall pass. It's a necessary step. It sounds like there's a lot of people out there getting tired of the foolishness going on social media. And a lot of people were finding out over the last, few weeks, over the last few months, people have had it. They have absolutely had it. And you're probably going to be finding a lot more suits similar. as people are, saying, hey, you guys are going too far. And we've known it's been happening for quite some time. And we're going to continue to go down this. I'm protecting my rights, and will continue to always protect my rights. So if anybody has a problem with a person protecting their rights against malicious attacks, this might be something you may want to consider for yourself. Just a thought. At the end of the day, when it comes to social media, we do have a right to be here. I have a right to be employed, a right to create jobs for myself. I have a right to do those things. Actually, it's protected under every single law of the United States. So I just want to make sure before people go on these weird tyrants of, pointing the finger, there's such thing as called good cause in court. So you can get things under good cause. There's no such thing as a fishing expedition. There's no such thing as carte blanche rights to any information. So I wouldn't be too concerned about me or this case for myself. Obviously, somebody else is a little more concerned, and I understand why. But for me, I'm not too concerned about this. I believe I'm on the right side of the law with this, and I will continue to advocate for my rights here on the streets of YouTube. With that being said, it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride. And I anticipate for that. We've been dealing with it, but at the end of the day, we've lost significant reputational harm because of what has been done to me, and it wasn't warranted, and every single pleading proves that. So with that being said, because it is a legal matter, there's only so much that I'm allowed to discuss about the case, but I do have a duty and a right to also protect myself in the public eye as well, while they're maliciously passing around documents that they're not getting from the proper ways. They're being passed out in their chat rooms and such. So these are going to be coming. This is well known. It's well documented at this point. It's already been captured. And, I just want to, forewarn people, quit intimidating my witnesses. And that is exactly what you are doing. You're intimidating my witnesses when you're posting stuff and saying, we're going to come after you for these records and that records. That's intimidation in the eyes of the court. And I hope it stops. And I hope it stops immediately. Just saying. So with that being said, we have a new case. Good morning, everybody. I didn't get a chance to go through all of the people, but I will go to the bottom and say hi for the people here. Skittles, nice to see you. I think I already said hi to you. Fun Size, Rhonda. Just Debbie, it's nice to see you. ZA, Sonia, big virtual hug. B Betty fan, nice to see you. The Edit Twins, it's always good to have you here. Allie, B Betty, we got that. Karen, good morning. I smell like a rose. I don't smell like a rose, but I smell like vanilla and mocha. Sorry, I have too much fun on here. Ruby, it's nice to see you, love bug. Nice to see you. So that's kind of my intro coming in. You guys know we have this new case that's kind of developing. It's been developing for several days. I was hoping she would be found, and she hasn't come home. When the family, and I just want to say this, their family, they pulled a Bullhorn Betty. I got to be honest with you. They showed up in force in front of James Dunmore. Is that his name? Dunmore? I think it's Dunmore. I have to look at the paperwork, but actually I got it right here. And it's Dunmore. So James Dunmore, the family was outside of their house demanding answers from them about their loved one, right? Demanding answers. And I always say here, protesting is one of the most American things you can do for an injustice. And it is just one of those things that is wholly and will always be protected by the Constitution. Now, just because your actions are protected by the Constitution, depending on how you deploy those actions will depend on whether you're doing it lawfully or not, right? So you can't be in somebody's private property and expect to stay there and protest. You can be on public land and on public sideways and in public roadways that are, well, you can't block traffic. I want to make sure I put that nuance in there when I say public roadway, but you are allowed to be in the public domain to carry out these activities. There may be some, laws in place, state laws or local ordinances that requires you to be in a certain box. That's unconstitutional. They may have it for enforcement purposes, but when it comes to the main meat and potatoes, you being arrested for that is a challenge to the Supreme Court. So, and a challenge to the Supreme Court of the state and further past that, because again, it is public property and it is a constitutional right. So you have some nuances in there. Now, we all know First Amendment right is not a carte blanche, right to go out and just say whatever you want to. You can be held responsible for what you say. But these people out there didn't appear to be violating any sort of laws when they were demanding answers from James Dunmore about where their loved one may be. It didn't appear he came out of his house or he responded to them in any way. But again, they had the right to do it and they exercised that right. And very proud of them, very proud of them. So I just want to give you guys some background information on this case. And then we'll start getting into, we already have 203 people here. If you guys would please be kind and go out and give this segment a thumbs up, I'd greatly appreciate that. This does take a lot of time to put together and go over. I've got some minor exciting news, but I'm not ready to share that with you today, but maybe tomorrow we will. Go ahead and put this up here. I just want you guys to see some, let me get the yeah.
It has been 2 weeks, and family and friends are still searching for 39-year-old Allisha Watts. Family members tell us Watts, who is from Moore County, was in Charlotte to see her boyfriend. She was also last seen on July the 16th. Today, a group of her loved ones searched across Charlotte, hoping to find any kind of clue to where she could be. WBTV's Erica Lunsford joins us live now from CMPD with more on this search. Erica, good evening.
Brandon, family members and friends have expressed how difficult the past 2 weeks have been not knowing where Allisha is, but shared they are not giving up hope.
We're looking, Allisha, baby. We're coming. Doing the best we can.
Sunday afternoon, loved ones of 39-year-old Allisha Watts spread out in Charlotte, taking action to help bring her back home.
Just doing the best we can for a search in all areas, all remote areas that, in the leads that we've got hold to. We're just trying to do our best on foot, just a few of us, but we're going to do what we can with what we got.
Vicki Brown and others searched near areas around Camp North End. I'm here along Woodward Avenue where family and friends of Allisha Watts spent their time searching for her. They searched through businesses and warehouses and even deserted lots like this behind me here, hanging up posters pleading for the community to help find Allisha Watts. Watts was last seen in Charlotte on July 16th. Family tells us she was in town from Moore County visiting her boyfriend who lived on Pamela Lorraine Drive. Pamela Lorraine Drive is where she was reported missing from. Police recently found her SUV at a DMV office in Anson County with a man believed to be her boyfriend unresponsive inside. Police have searched the home of the man who is said to be her boyfriend at least 2 times.
We're not afraid to find her. We're afraid that as we go in these places that no one tries to harm us.
Brown and others are hoping they find Watts soon.
God be with us. God be with her wherever she is.
If anyone has any information about her disappearance, please do not hesitate to contact police. We're also told there was another search for her today in Anson County. Reporting in Charlotte, Erica Lunsford, WBTV on.
All right, and then we're going to go to another video, and yeah.
6 o'clock, new video just sent to WBTV shows CMPD searching the East Charlotte house where Allisha Watts was last seen 11 days ago. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Jamie Bold.
And I'm Siobhan Bryan, in tonight for Molly Grantham. We know this search happened last night, just hours after family, friends, activists push police about what they're doing to find her.
Yeah, we've heard their emotional pleas. They would do anything to bring Allisha home.
We want to know how we can help find our friend, our sister, our daughter. And we just need answers. We need them to come forth and tell us something so that we can help, because they're being silent and not saying anything.
But the answers they're searching for may be hard to get.
A legal expert we talked to says this isn't just any missing persons investigation. Our Lowell Rose talked with that expert today. He joins us live tonight with the latest on this. Well, a lot of twists in this case may be part of the reason they're withholding some information.
That's right. Our expert points to there being a date she was last seen, followed by that SUV being found with a man inside. He adds that this is a complicated thing, but says police likely have enough evidence to work with.
Are you looking at something? I don't know what. Yeah.
Cell phone video sent to WBTV shows police searching the East Charlotte home where Allisha Watts was last seen.
This being an active investigation, they're going to follow any lead they have, and evidence is going to point to where those leads are going to be. So nothing surprises me that they're going to take into account, and they're going to follow up on every aspect of this that they can.
The apparent search of the house where Watts' family says her boyfriend lives happened hours after family, friends, and activists held a news conference in front of CMPD headquarters.
I want you to come forward and let us know where our sister is. Let us know where Allisha is.
We want facts. We don't want one story today and a conflicting story tomorrow.
They're demanding more information about the investigation into Watts' disappearance. I went to WBTV security expert about the case.
And not speaking at all for CMPD, but just speaking in general from law enforcement procedures, this type of information does need to be kept close hold for the integrity of the investigation.
Carl De La Guerra says police are likely being cautious in the event there's foul play involved in Watts' disappearance.
They want to make sure that the prosecutorial evidence is there and established in the proper manner to be able to get a prosecution on a suspect if this is in case foul play.
While the family calls for more answers, our security expert says police are likely working countless hours to solve this case.
They're all hoping that Allisha is able to return home and that she is found safe.
Now, CMPD released a statement on social media saying that they're following all leads and providing available resources to find Mrs. Watson, adds that they are talking to her family. As we're now reporting live from CMPD headquarters, Lowell Rose, WBTV, on your side.
Hopefully.
So there you guys have it. I mean, this is a case that is, without a doubt, very suspicious. Okay, she hasn't been heard or seen since and this is a person that's on again, off again boyfriend. His record is very, very concerning, and we're going to get into that in just a few moments. So, according to this Sun article, and I'm just going to read this Sun article to you, and it's the boyfriend of missing woman Allisha Watts has an extensive criminal history, including convictions, not charges. These we're talking about actual convictions. Somebody levied a complaint against them, signed an affidavit. He was jailed, arrested, and went to court, went through the court system, and was found guilty of the conviction for abduction and domestic violence. The Sun has learned. I have confirmed that information. This abduction, actually, I did all my record requests in North Carolina, and then I realized that this abduction and this domestic violence, all these domestic violence charges, hey, Robin, it's nice to see you, are in Virginia. So I still got to do some record requests in Virginia because that's where all of this stuff took place that are really, really bad. But anyways, Watts 39 has not been seen since July 16th. She was last seen with her boyfriend, James Wendell Dunmore, which is the guy right there that's with her. That is who they believe is, and he is a person of interest right now. I mean, he is without a doubt a person of interest. That's James Dunmore. So she left her home, and as they left his home in Charlotte, North Carolina, there is, and we saw his home right there. and we'll look at some of the photos here after I get done reading this. Dunmore and Watts had been dating for around a year and were introduced to one another by her cousin, Gwendolyn Utley, who lives across the street from Dunmore. Watts drove from her home in Jackson Springs to Charlotte to visit her boyfriend on July 14th, as she does every other weekend, but was reported missing on July 16th after she failed to show up for a planned outing with her sister. 2 days later, on July 18th, Watts' black Mercedes SUV was located by police in the parking lot of the DMV 50 miles east of Charlotte in Polkton. So just to give you guys an idea, here is where she was in Jackson Springs. And she made the travel from Jackson Springs over to Charlotte. Sorry, this one's on the wrong one. So I don't know why it's not saving. Hold on, let me update this because I've already updated it. Give me just a second while it updates. While it's updating, I'll get here. Okay, there we go. It looks like I've got it now. Let me put it back on the screen. Hopefully it'll have the right case to attach to it. So she went from Jackson Spring, that's what they said. I didn't put her home address in, I just put the towns, Jackson Springs to Charlotte. And there you have it. So there is the, there you go. There is where she started was way over here. Where she started was way over here, but as you see, all the activity is right around here, right? So she went from Jackson Spring over to Charlotte, but this is the boyfriend's, this is James Dunmore's home right here. And he was seen at the DMV all the way 40 miles east, 50 miles east over here in Polkton. So that's kind of the travel. Now he was found here 2 days after she was reported missing. 2 days. Inside officers found an unresponsive Dunmore with no signs of Watts, but her purse was located inside the car. Again, this is a problematic issue. So now you have the girlfriend going to the boyfriend's house. The boyfriend is in possession of her car and her purse. How is she going to pay for anything? How is she going to get around if her purse is in the car? She has no driver's license or wallet. Because most women that I know leave those things in the purse. Information about Dunmore's whereabouts and condition remain unclear. Police have declined to specify that he's considered a suspect in Allisha's disappearance. However, he's been designated as a person of interest by obvious reasons. Dunmore's home was then searched by Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department on Wednesday night. The Mecklenburg Police Department, CMPD, hasn't said why they were searching the property or if they found anything related to the case. However, the address was the last person Watts' cell phone pinged before she was reported missing. So we hear this stuff all the time. You've got a man that shows violence. You've got him tired and sleeping in her vehicle 40 miles east, which I would believe that we need to locate where he would be, how comfortable he is, because he would have went to a place he's comfortable with to dump her body, period. That is, you're not going to go to a place that you don't know who lives there, who's around there to do something like this. You would want to get rid of that in a place that you're comfortable with, that you know for a fact is desolate and nobody is around. Happy birthday, ZA. God bless you. God bless you. If you are in here, don't forget to tell ZA, happy birthday. So as you can kind of see how this case is kind of rolling through this, it's not looking good for this young lady. I feel bad for her family. We watch this so many times. I'm watching them put up, flyers with thumbtacks, and it's like, you know what? I want to print them off some really good flyers, and I want to send them a staple gun and staples so they can put these up. I also want to send some laminated stuff to them. So hopefully I will be able to get a package together for them, for this family, to help them aid in the search of their loved one. But I will be working on that today. I'm also going to be working on redesigning that missing person flyer. I think her face needs to be bigger on it. And I know that some people that, are working on their own, they have to, work with what they've got. This is something that we've done many, many times. So we're going to make that, we're going to give them a bigger, beautiful, more professional flyer that I think people will be able to at least see their loved one's face on there. I also think it's important that we advocate for James, not advocate, but I don't want to say expose, but bring awareness to James Dunmore as well, because his face is equally as important as her face, because he would have been out in the community. He would have been one that where people could say, hey, I spotted him at this place. Hey, I spotted him at that place, right? So we really need to get his face out there as well, because we need to find out where he was and who saw him. There might be people out there that have video footage of him in certain areas. Anybody that was in these areas out in North Carolina between, let me go back to the map, between Jackson Springs, Charlotte County, and Polkton. That's like a nice little triangle, weird triangle, but a triangle nonetheless, that I truly believe that she's somewhere found in those pinpoint locations. She will be somewhere in that pinpoint location. I also believe there might be some drug involvement here. There's one of two things that, in my opinion, happened. He was at Polkton because he was extremely tired for being up 2 days trying to take care of this mess, so to speak, Allisha being the mess that he needs to clean up. And so he may have been out there working, trying to get rid of her, and could only make it to that DMV and figured if he was in the DMV, nobody would bother him. And so he decided to take a nap from exhaustion. Or it could be something totally different, that this man is truly on some really bad substances. And after doing what he did, he decided to ingest substances by a number of ways: inhaling, sniffing, injecting, just a number of ways that you can get that into your body. That could also be an issue. Usually when you find somebody unresponsive, it's usually because they're on a significant amount of intoxicants, substances that make them unresponsive. So I believe that might be the case here, that this guy is just full of drugs. And the problem with drugs is, this is what people don't understand. Good people do drugs, okay? It's not that because you do drugs, it makes you this horrible person. What drugs do is they make you volatile, okay? You're going to be set off a lot quicker, especially when you're not under the influence, or you're craving that. You're going to be a lot more irritable. You're going to snap a lot easier. And that's the moment that good people do horrible things. It's not that they're horrible, it's the drugs. The drugs do something to the body. It just does something to the brain. Our whole body is, think about it, our body is filled with all these chemicals that make it work and make it work properly. Now you add chemicals that your body doesn't need. Now it needs to absorb it. Now it's producing different types of chemicals that aren't natural to your body in everyday life to help combat some of these foreign chemicals in your body. You've got all these things going off in your brain. So it does something to the actual molecular structure, in my opinion, of the brain when some of these drugs are utilized. I had a friend, she was one of the most popular kids in our middle school. Her and her other friends, everybody wanted to be like them. I knew them well. And this one person, we're going to call her D, I knew she was about a year or two older than me. I think she was in my sister's grade, my older sister's grade at the time, but she was one of the most popular kids in our school. Very smart, highly intelligent. And many of you know that I've had problems in my past where, I've gotten into, disagreements, altercations. I was protecting myself, whatever the reason was. I can't remember for whatever this reason particularly was, that I had been arrested and put in jail. I was getting in the process of being bonded out, but I was in general population, had only been there for like maybe 5 or 6 hours. And a face that I recognized was also in there, and it was Dee. And, of course, she hadn't seen me in forever. She was shocked to see me in there, and she was wondering what I was doing, how things have been. And I was talking to her. And as I was talking to her, she was almost childlike. She was completely sober, but she was almost childlike in how she acted. She was really dingy now. She was, yay. She was just happy. She's in jail and smiling and just kind of on a completely different level than I have ever seen her in my life. And it's because the drugs did something to her beautiful brain. And it broke my heart. Now, mind you, I was on, some substances as well. My substances weren't as strong or powerful. Maybe, in different forms they are. So it was, when I went through, and recovery for me was hard, and I still am, I'll always be in recovery. I always got to be careful what I do from this point forward because of the substances that I chose to introduce in my life that I ended up getting a dependency on. And, I'm adamant that I will never, ever, ever go back to that. But see, that's bad, because at the end of the day, always in the back of my mind, I realized how easy it was to get there and how much easier it would probably be to get there again. So you always have these things in the back of your mind. But this guy here, a lot of people that weren't usually on substances are now on substances. I don't know why. I don't know what has made people want to go. Like, we know how horrible fent is. We know how dangerous it is, but yet people want to ingest it. Like, you are literally playing Russian roulette. You literally have a gun to your head and you are pulling the trigger every time you take a dose. And people still do it. They still do it. And I, but for the grace of God, there go I, there was a time that my family wondered if I was going to live or die. It wasn't for me being out in the streets, because I wasn't. I had a lot of money at the time. I ended up going through literally everything I had. And it was very hard, of course, looking back, it's very hard to see that. But with this James guy, how long has it been going on? I know how long it took for me to kind of have my wits in. Is this something that's new to him? Is this something that he's been doing and dabbling with for a while and then just went overboard and, lost his stuff? I really don't know. I really don't. But I can tell you that this is the only DMV in the Polkton area right here. And this is where I believe that he was parked, outside of the DMV. So there is the DMV. So they found him somewhere in this parking lot here, parked. And as you see, it's a very wooded area. Like, this is all wooded area around here. Let's go back to this. I mean, you guys can't say you can't see how much greenery there is out there. I mean, this is all pretty much mountainous forest type of terrain. Maddie Kingsbury, the location, the scenery is almost what reminds me when I was in Winona, Minnesota. Now, I don't know how high and elevated this is. I know that I was up kind of in the mountains, but I was on a flat area of the mountains. So there wasn't a whole lot of dips and valleys back in the Winona, Minnesota area. But I can tell you there was a lot of dips and mountainous driving to get there. So there was a lot of places that you could clearly see a place where he could have that what's his face? What was his name? Fravel. What was the first name? Adam Fravel. That was it. Adam Fravel. That was her boyfriend, her on again, off again boyfriend that she had 2 children with. And they found her on in a wooded area off in like a ditch, like off this service road that was like, it wasn't even a road. It was like shell and gravel. And they found her off the side of that road, covered up with shrubbery. Now, here's the thing. It always comes back to what I say. And what have I always said about these types of killings? They're going to dump the body where they feel comfortable, right? They're going to dump the body where they feel comfortable, a place that they have gone. This is typical because, again, you're talking about somebody with a dead body. People know, even when their anger is over, that what they did is terribly wrong and they just ruined their life. So they're not going to they're trying to hide and cover this crime up. They're not going to want to go to any area that they are unfamiliar with, that somebody could see them. They're going to go to areas that they know are secluded, that they know they have privacy, that they know where the locations are, and that they have been there and have seen it, have touched it, and felt it. Okay? Some people, they have no place like that, or they're completely scared, like Colin Knapp in the Kathleen Moore case, where he broke the back fence of his property and threw her 2 doors down on the other side of the property in a swamp-like area where nobody could get to it unless you went through those gates on the back side, because there was swamps and water moccasins that you had to go through in order to get to her. But we knew where she was. We just could not get to her. The neighbor had to get to her. The neighbor got to her. The neighbor reported her deceased. 2 days after we started heading, or actually the day that we started heading to go see Summer Wells for the first time, was the day that we learned that Colin Knapp was truly the person responsible, that they did indeed find Kathleen Moore's body, and that he was arrested for the crime of first-degree murder against her. And he's still in court to this day. I don't think he's had his trial yet. I haven't looked into that case in quite some time and might decide to do so. But, however, the majority of people, when they kill somebody, they will dump that body, it really does depend on population. The larger the population, the easier it is to move about amongst people undetected. So your area of dumping might be a little more closer to your home because there is a lot more people out there. However, you do blend because there's a lot more people out there, but you're not going to be wanting to drive around because of the more people that are out there. You have more tendencies of being in an automobile accident and stuff like that. So your dump area would probably be a little closer to where the crime was committed. Now, the more rural areas you get and less populated areas you get, that radius expands. So if you're in a really, smaller community, that may go out past 5 miles. When you're in a rural community, that might go out past 10 or 20 miles of your search area for her. So the more desolate the area, the harder it is, because the more free range the person had to move about in more areas that they probably know about in those dumping for discreet, nobody looking type of areas. Many people in those backwoods, I can tell you in Mayaca City, we didn't go out there, but just, on the weekends. And it wasn't even there for a while. We'd go out there every single Sunday and have, supper with my grandfather and the family. That was kind of our family time. But there for a while, that went away. Us kids started, going out there on the weekends and staying. And we found little areas that were, private and secret. I guess it's the curiosity of kids. So when you're a child and you grow up into an area like this area here, I've been here my entire life. I know a lot of places that are off the beaten path that nobody knows about just from me being here. And there are still a lot of places, even after being here and living in this community for 43 years, I know nothing about. And it just really matters about the community in which you live and where those little cubby holes are. So somebody that moves around a lot probably knows more areas that have this, privacy aspect to it for the purposes of dumping. But with him being in her car 2 days later in this weird area, it makes me believe that she's somewhere in between that area and his home, and maybe further than that. He probably went further out, and this was him coming back in because he didn't have the body in the car. So we may be looking at, and we have to think of it like this, that he had basically a 2-day head start as well. So they're literally looking for a needle in a haystack. But I can tell you, just based on this is really looking like he did it. And I wouldn't be surprised that here in the next few days, he's going to be arrested for something. Betty, any idea what year and make her car is? The data from the car itself might lead to Allisha. Well, they do have the car in their possession because he was in it. And I'm sure they're pulling that stuff, but it sounds like it was a Mercedes-Benz. So, Mercedes and those, higher, more, I guess, elitist car types, those had more technology in them sooner than our, Chevys and stuff like that. So they had this tracking stuff and OnStar in those higher priced cars earlier on than we had them in our more of a base model type of car. So this was a Mercedes. So I would have to say that they have pretty good, black boxes in them, so to speak. And I believe the OnStar data would probably have been there. But let me just see if I can find her. Let me just I didn't really look up her. I looked up him, and he's scary. He's a scary dude. I have to be honest. He's a scary dude. But let me just let me plug her stuff in there and see if I can find out. There she is, 39 years old. Let me see if she's got any cars titled in her name. So she was off Fox Trail Lane in Jackson Spring. She worked like as a dental hygienist, or her job was a dental office at one point. I don't know if she went back and got more. Assets. Let me just see. Looks like she owns a property. Looks like she owns a lot in Aberdeen, North Carolina. But I don't see any car payments on here. I don't see any car payments on here. I don't see any vehicles registered. Now, my report's not all inclusive either. It's just what I can purchase as, I have a service that does background checks, but they're not like background checks that you can get from, like, say, a private investigator. Private investigators, man, they can, it's amazing what they can do. It looks like she's had some, some issues going on with her as well. Looks like she's been in volatile situations too. I've got a simple assault from her in 2006. So it sounds like they may have had a, he hits her, she hits back type of situation. But I'm not seeing a car, so I can't determine what you make. Maybe it's in an article. I do have the picture of it. That is the picture of her actual car that's on the thumbnail. I can tell you that. But she's had some minor infractions and stuff like that. So, so I guess it is what it is. Let me see if I can make heads or tails of this. So she's just failed to have her driver's license on her, parked near a fire hydrant, license not in possession. That's too long ago. I'm not going to bring that up. That has nothing on earth to do with this case. 2005. Let me see anything that's happened recently. There's some recent filings in here for her, but it's not giving them to me. some record requests out, so I'll find out as soon as I can. Nothing, she doesn't see nothing major on here, but I'm just not seeing any, usually the assets would include what year, make, and model the vehicle is. So it sounds like if she does own that vehicle, black Mercedes 2023, it's got to be in somebody else's name. But if she just got it in 2023, Karen Klein saying it's a 2023. If she just got it in 2023, then it would be my belief that it may not have hit this program yet to tell me. But it didn't tell me that she owned another car prior to that either, which that would probably be in this record. But I don't see any vehicles. But doesn't mean the records that I look at are just as good as the people entering the information in and how the system is pulling that information. So I had an abusive ex who tried to make it look like I took first action. Could have been that. Devil's advocate. Yeah, that is true. Wandering orphan. I've been in situations, where, there has been an altercation, but I have always, even in anything, I have never, ever, ever, ever in my life, ever put my hands on somebody first, ever. I've never touched anybody. I've never smacked anybody. I've never hit anybody. But once you put your hands on me, it's all over. Period. Right? It's all over. Once you put your hands on me and I have to defend myself, I'm not, at that point, it's over. Thank God I don't live in that time in my life anymore. It was, as you can imagine, it was painful, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. It was bad. And I don't ever wish to ever go through it again. I feel like the cycle, the abuse cycle, the chains have been broken in my life, where I will never, ever, ever allow anybody to abuse me. And, I really try to protect myself. And I know a lot of people here in this channel do the same thing. You can't, one red flag anymore for me. One red flag. You scare me one time. You don't even have to put your hands on me. You just have to scare me. I'm gone. Right? You get angry enough that it makes me concerned. I'm gone. I'm not, I'll get that right in the middle of the road. I will get out of that car. I will walk home. I don't care. One red flag, I'm out. Right? Because I consider myself a gem. Maybe people are going to be clipping this and saying, you're not no gem. You're the worst person on YouTube. Okay, well, whatever. Your opinion doesn't matter to me, but I consider myself a gem because at the end of the day, I am unique. And I'm not for everyone, right? Not everyone can afford to run with me. And I don't mean afford to run with me financially. I mean afford to run with me. I am something that is very rare. When I come into your life, you get a rare friendship. If I'm not friends with everybody. And even dating. Like I don't date people. I don't date at all, really, right? So if I give you my time in that perspective, you're getting something that literally nobody else has an opportunity to get. You're getting my time. My time is very valuable to me. It is what I consider, I'm not financially successful, but I have a lot of success in my life. And even if I was monetarily successful, I still wouldn't be monetarily successful because literally everything I make goes back into these cases, and you're like, oh, well, having internet is part of doing these cases, right? You got to have a vehicle to get to them, right? Yeah. So, but everything I have goes back into these cases. And when things are slow, you can tell it's slow because I'm home more, right? But when things are going, I'm out there and I will always continue to be out there. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for her family. And I even feel horrible because, her cousin lives across the street from this person that probably hurt her cousin. And she's got to look at his freaking house every single day. You want to talk about God giving you strength and power? That right there shows you the strength of the Almighty. Because I tell you, there are so many people out there that would not be able to handle that. That would literally be over there busting out his ever-loving windows in that house. Just, you hurt my friend, you hurt my family member, just going off, having to see that house out your window. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That has got to be brutal. That has got to be brutal. You know, families are tough. Families are tough. Okay.
Today, pleading for the police and public's help in finding their loved one. The Moore County woman was last seen on July 16th in the Charlotte area. Her family boarding a bus in Moore County this morning and traveling to Charlotte, where they gathered outside the police headquarters within the last hour. And that was to bring more attention to the investigation into her disappearance.
This occasion is a very sad occasion. Too often, Black females become missing, and they do not have the attention like a white female have. So we are here today to send a strong message to Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department that we want that same attention. Yes. Why I'm saying that is because they are not telling us anything. We want to know where Allisha is.
And guys, I want to tell you guys that this is the call. This is what a lot of people that don't go out into the field don't understand. The cries of the family. That's what they don't understand. These cries, wrong way. These cries from this family are ones that we hear all the time. Law enforcement is not telling us. Do you guys know how many times in any given month I'm reached out to by a family member of a case? And there's only so much I can do. There literally is only so much that I can do. I pass their information on. I give them as much help and support as I can give them, telling them what to do, how to do it. But at the end of the day, you know, these people need help. They need help. And, you know, until you actually have to be with a family member and actually hold them and have them crying on your shoulders, you have no idea what these families go through. None.
Huge heart who would do anything for anybody.
Now, Allisha Watts has been missing for more than a week after taking a trip with her boyfriend to Charlotte. He was found days later unresponsive in her car at a DMV in Anson County, but no sign of her. Police say the boyfriend is not considered a suspect or a person of interest.
And that's incorrect. They said he's not a person of interest, and I'm sorry, but he is a person of interest in this particular matter because you know, there's no way he's not. You don't get warrants executed on your home if you're not a person of interest. It just typically doesn't happen that way, because if you're not a person of interest and the law enforcement don't have to worry about things, they can just have you sign a piece of paper and let you go in there and do whatever searches that you do. The reason why they get the search warrant is because that keeps them from being obstructed by the homeowner or the person that they're there with. So it doesn't. So I go by law enforcement behavior, not by what they're saying out of their mouth. I mean, I listen to what they're saying out of their mouth, but I also look at it to make sure that their behavior is in conjunction with what's coming out of their mouth. If their behavior is contradictory to what's coming out of their mouth, I know that there's something more going on here, and they're just withholding that from the public. So. Yeah, he's definitely suspect. There's no doubts about that. We know she's 39 years old. We know she was last seen, but police say that she was spotted driving her 2000. There it is, right there, 2023 Mercedes-Benz. Let me pull that up there on a bigger screen. There it is, right there. And they say it's a 2023, so it's a brand new Mercedes that she has. See if I can get this up just a little bit bigger so you guys can read the print. There we go. Right there, 2023 Mercedes GLC. 300 toward, so it's a GLC 300, 3 Series, toward Moore County. Her family said she came to see her boyfriend, James Dunmore, 2 days later on July 18th. So we don't know when whatever happened to her happened to her. We know that she went over there on the 16th, and by the 18th, she was nowhere to be found, and he was in her car with her purse but not her 2 days later on July 18th when they found Watts' black SUV parked in the parking lot of Anson County Department of Motor Vehicles office, according to WSOCTV. Per the outlet, authorities said a man was found unresponsive inside the vehicle. There was no signs of Watts. However, the discovery of the man was made 1 day before police filed a missing person report in the case. So she went to her boyfriend's house. He was found unresponsive. And then 1 day later, on July 19th, the police filed a missing persons report for her. Watts' whereabouts are still unknown, according to police. Loved ones have been pleading for answers and searching the local area for her disappearance. They say she is not the type of person that would just disappear and leave and not contact and have no contact with family and friends. Her sister said she's loved and we want her home. That's why we're looking for her and taking matters into our own hands. Why am I hearing into our own hands, and why am I emphasizing that? It's because that's typically what you have to do in adult cases, in adult missing person cases. Law enforcement is going to tell you to let them deal with it. But every single missing adult person case, the family has learned very quickly that they have a lot of work to do on their own because they're not going to get the help of law enforcement. In this case, I believe law enforcement is paying attention. I do believe that they are taking this very, very seriously. This is not one that they're saying, we don't believe she's missing or she's an adult and she's allowed to go anywhere she wants. I am definitely saying that she is, that they are taking things into their own hands. They're not going to sit and wait for law enforcement to give answers. And you know how I know that this family is not involved? Because of the actions that they are doing, the behaviors that they are doing. Those are not ones that are indicative of somebody that had anything to do with the disappearance of their loved one. The person that's not part of them, that hasn't been helping them, most likely is the one that's responsible. And that has been James Dunmore. He has not been at any of these searches. He has not been at any of these things, even though he supposedly loved her and they had been seeing for a year, but he doesn't go out and help look for her. Seems awfully fishy to me. You know who also didn't do that? Don and Candace Wells, right? They didn't go out looking for their daughter either. Had nothing to do with any types of searches. Never even bothered going and getting search parties for their loved one. They stayed hidden, kind of like the West, right? Jacqueline and Trezell West. They stayed hidden from the public. Why? Because they were responsible for the disappearance of their loved one. What is the common factor when you go out to these places, like in Kathleen Moore and Colin Knapp's case? They want to hide. They don't want anybody helping. They don't want anybody around snooping around, trying to find answers. The families that aren't guilty of things welcome you in with open arms, willing to sit down with you, willing to talk to you, willing to tell you where they've went and looked, willing to tell you where they've searched, willing to tell you who they've spoke to and what houses have not been cleared and what houses have been cleared. Those are the differences between a guilty party and a not guilty party in my experience. And I have quite an extensive experience dealing with these things, especially over the last 2 years. Anyone that has any information is asked to call the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department with any information. If you're in this area, you know, in this triangle of a system, please call law enforcement if you have anything. Now, remember, she was in a 2023 black Mercedes SUV. Okay, so a very, very nice car. It was on the lower end is a 300 series, so it's my understanding that's the lower end. You know, so it's like I'm just curious as to where she is and what. Obviously, he was in her vehicle. So what is that vehicle? I'm pretty sure they've impounded that vehicle and are searching that vehicle, and I'm pretty sure they're going to find a lot of evidence, forensic types of evidence in that car, transfer as well as blood, hair, and other things. So with him being at this DMV, I believe that the DMV would have cameras, so they would know exactly when he pulled up, if he got out of his car, what he did when he got out of his car. Did he change clothes? Was he there? How long he was there for? So we still have a lot of information that's not readily available to us. But again, for all intents and purposes, this really is to advocate for Allisha and make sure that her voice is heard, because this is most likely not going to end the way that it should. Why won't this? I hate these. Golly, so irritating. Let me get through all these commercials. Actually, you know what? I will go here and pull up just a photo of her. So we'll go through some of these photos. So you guys can see her. And again, this is her SUV. If I can get this open. Right there. All these commercials coming up. They always say, I run so many commercials on mine. I don't run all these. So there it is. So that is her. Oh, let me share this tab. So there it is. That is her car, her Mercedes SUV 2023. I'm sure very proud of that vehicle. I mean, can you imagine? I don't know if I'd ever buy a Mercedes because of the cost to keep them up and the gas that they require. I'm not sure if I ever would, but who knows? You know, if I become a millionaire, yeah, I might drive around in one, right? So this is a car that anybody would be proud of. Just not even the status that comes with owning a car like this, but just the personal gratitude of achievement that one has for themselves to be driving around in a vehicle like this. So just amazing. And for him to think that he could take her life. And I know that hasn't come out, but let's be honest, it's been 2 weeks. Nobody's heard from her, and he's in her car and has her purse. So I'm not going to play my audience for idiots here. You know, I think they're looking for a recovery. They're looking for her body. I don't think they're looking for her. And it's really, really sad. But either way, we still need to find her. Her family still needs to have her, know where she is, and put her to rest properly. We've been through these cases so many times. We already can foresee the writing on the wall, and we can definitely foresee that this is not going to end well. So the chase is on to find out where he put her. And if anybody can just be passing this around, this is another case. We need all hands on deck. We need to find out where both of these people have been. So pass this around. If people are in chat rooms not discussing this case, make them discuss this case. Make them hear this young lady's voice. Make them hear that she needs justice. She needs to be found. Her family needs to know what happened. They are in agony, folks, agony. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and turn on the phones for anybody that would like to call in. If nobody calls in, we're going to be wrapping up. This is not going to be the last live today. We had the whole weekend where I was doing other work, other types of work, and I kind of got away from our lives over the weekend. We just kind of started going back live on the weekend, but you know, in light of everything going on, I needed to parse out some time to get work done for me personally. And, you know, I got away, but there's still a lot of information my audience needs to hear. I realize that a lot of my audience only watch me or another creator or a couple creators. They're not really into all the drama and stuff like that. So for that respect, I know that there's a lot of my audience members that don't have all this information update on Rex or Bryan Kohberger. I will give you guys a quick little update on Bryan Kohberger while I'm here from the information that came in yesterday. There was nothing really on the docket except one notice of hearing, and it was more of them explaining what the 18th hearing will be. And I wanted to show you guys this. The one thing that that will be this is the updated. Hold on, sorry, it's not letting me do what I needed to do. There we go. So it's just breaking down what the notice of hearing for August 18th will be. And so this is what they're saying. They're saying that notice hereby given that Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing the below motions. So on the 18th, what are they going to be listening to? They're going to be discussing the third motion to compel that was filed on June 22nd. The defendant's second motion to stay filing proceedings filed on July 25th. This is the one that's accompanying the motion to dismiss indictment for grounds of error in in grand jury instructions. So they're also going to be talking about that. So we got the motion to compel, the second motion to stay, and the motion to dismiss the indictment that are going to be discussed. Thank you, Pat. God bless you. That will be discussed on the 18th. So we will be monitoring that. We're going to be live with that. I don't know where I will be, if I'm going to be here or if I'm going to be there. I have not decided. I am making a trip to Idaho before the trial, and it's going to be before the end of the year, but before the trial, just to do a little more due diligence on my end and get additional information. And again, I don't know when that's going to happen. But as soon as I know, I will let you guys know, so you guys can be on notice that we will be going live from a different location as we typically do. But I wanted to give you guys that information. So let me go ahead and get the phones open. All right, guys, the phone lines are open. If somebody has any kind of commentary, it's 724-249-6140. Again, 724-249-40. And Mama Bullhorn is in the house. Mama Bullhorn, what's shaking, bacon?
Oh, I just thought I'd give you a call.
Are you sick?
I hadn't talked to you in several days.
Are you sick?
Oh, yes. I've been in bed pretty much for 2 days, but I'm doing good.
Well, I'm glad I didn't go visit you.
Don't come, please. Don't come.
So what
I'm
do you think
starving
about this new
because
case? Oh, I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. Sorry, Ma.
Here, let me turn my volume up. I have been living off of sandwiches.
You've been living off of what?
I feel like cooking. I've been living off of sandwiches because I don't feel like cooking.
Oh, I've been cooking up a storm. Well, Glenn and I have been we've been partnering it up and going back and forth. Like he'll bring me over food and I'll bring him over. Like he'll do dinner one night, I'll do dinner another night. It's been working out.
Yeah. I just, I feel pretty darn bad when I don't feel like cooking.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
my favorite hobby. Although I've been crocheting a lot. But anyways, this Allisha, I've been listening to the news, and I honestly, I think you nailed it. He knows either he did it or he knows something, and it's not good.
Yeah.
But,
no, I think, well, he was alone. It wasn't like somebody else was in the car with him. If she's used to going over there every other weekend, and she's done that for the last year, him having somebody else do this seems suspect to me. It doesn't seem to bode well with the evidence, the preliminary, the stuff that we have available to us.
well, I just watched something on true crime, or Dateline, I forget, and it was about a husband and wife, and the husband said it was night terrors because he always beat his wife in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
And he always said he had night terrors. And then one night he came at her with a knife, and she got it away from him and killed him.
Wow.
But the thing is, he was having an affair on her,
Mm-hmm.
and the other gal was pregnant, and they were planning on getting married.
Wow.
And she knew it. The wife knew it.
Mm.
And she knew it wasn't night terrors, the reason he was beating her.
Right.
So she got the last word in.
On that one.
But
yeah.
It's terrible. I think she got off. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I think she got off because it was considered self-defense.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. But I know for this woman, she seems very knowledgeable, very bright, and she does have some things in her background, but nothing that screams that she's this violent maniac that deserves to be unalived,
No.
She seemed like she was very smart, very, it seems like she had a lot of love and a great support system,
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have that this day and age. So it's like,
well, I'll let you go.
All right,
My
Mom.
throat hurts. I love everyone. Have a good day.
Feel better, Mom.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I know that Turkey Man was trying to call in, so we're going to let Turkey Man call in. And I just realized that the sentence for Vallow is up. Well, good morning there, Turkey Man.
Good morning. We need to pray for your mom. She sounds terrible.
Yeah, she did. She sounded awful.
Yeah. What seems to be the problem with her?
Oh, she probably got just a little sore throat. I don't know if it's from just a head cold or what.
I'm sure that somebody's got a good home cure out there, and that's all I remember her in prior.
Are you kidding me, my mama? She's the encyclopedia of medical, symptoms and cures.
So I'm sure she's used that, but anyhow, I think I was thinking of that while she was talking. I always enjoy when she comes on. She always seems to, no matter how she feels, kind of brightens my day in that regards.
Yes.
Because I know she cares about you a lot. You can tell it in her voice.
Yeah.
And but I was going to try to add some to your case here, some thought to the process.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's getting close to a year, it may be over or under, but of when the Kylie Rodney case, and to this day, that has not been,
Yeah, I've got it on my list, but things keep coming up, and it keeps going further on my list because I've got on my list I've got to order records from Truckee to see what ever happened. I haven't even looked at that case, except with Ryan Upchurch being sued. I went back and just reviewed the interview that I had with him.
Yeah, it's to me, it's one that's been put under the rug because of protecting people that's got money. Seems to me like.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is. Even when I went to Glenn County for Trenton, what was it? Some camp. I can't remember. I was just there in Wayne County, Lair Camp, Trenton Lair Camp, and that was the case with them. All the people that were doing horrible things to him were parents of financial means, and you saw how law enforcement absolutely hated having to arrest the parents. Like they were more angry that this kid almost lost, or that they had to arrest the parents than they were that this kid almost lost his life. It was disgusting.
And we see so much that law enforcement is getting, usually they don't want to do the job. They're protecting seem like they're dragging their feet.
Mm-hmm.
We see the things they do, but during that period of time, and I know I've said this before, but I think it's very important we remember this. There was a Hispanic girl that went missing about that period of time, and Venture Purpose went out and cleared a couple bodies of water that was around the last phone thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that police, that sheriff of that town, he took his time off and he would go looking for her and found her above the lake. She went over a cliff and the car was where it couldn't be seen, but it was next to the lake, but it's on land, and he found her on his own time. And he looked and looked and looked and looked, and he found her. So those acts, that's kind of, I think we miss sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There are dedicated people out there that really, really our hands are tied, or they don't have the budget, so to speak.
Sorry.
So we need to remember when we throwing rocks, sometimes we might hit somebody that's really trying to do good.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyhow, I appreciate what you did. I was telling my wife last night. She said that she had shared our message this weekend, and I said, yeah. I said, you need to meet her. I said, has anybody ever come against me or mine, and she knows it's unjust? I said, she's gonna be right here. I just guarantee it. And so she fights for the ones that needs a backup plan. So I appreciate you on that regard.
Well, God bless you guys.
Let me pray. Let me have a prayer real fast.
Absolutely. If people that want to participate in prayer, please bow your heads.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we ask that you to heal Andrea's mother. Give her healing. Put a hedge of protection around her, Lord. We know that all these things are possible through your name, Jesus, that we have no healing power in us and never will, but through you, all things are possible in your name, Jesus. We ask, Lord, that you would touch her, heal her, and bring her back her much and wanted help, Lord. Thank you so much for this opportunity to pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. God bless you. God bless you, Turkey Man. Well, I hope I know you've had some things going on with you, so we pray for you and have you in our thoughts as well. Hopefully that's
it's still a battle.
Yeah.
It's still a battle. But I'm just saying that our God is able.
Yep. Amen to that.
And he's all right. We'll talk to you later.
God bless. God bless. Take care. Bye-bye. Wow. So let me turn this off. So I'm turning the phones off because we're going to go ahead and have, I'm looking right now at Lori Daybell Vallow. It looks like we're going to be having a hearing. Let me turn my camera back on. Sorry, I was on a different page. Where it looks like we're going to have Lori Vallow Daybell's sentencing today here in just a few hours, or maybe in another 45 minutes. So until then, let me see if I can get this off. Hold on, let me go to Twitter. We have some updates on Michael Monkey Vaughn. Some good updates that were just sent to me. Thank you, The Real Me Too, for that. See if I can get it up here. There it is. There we go. Let me share this tab. So Colleen says that Kylie Rodney's case was officially closed last week, which is great, which means I'll be able to get more documents than I would be able to if it was still open. So that's good. So here is the good update, the newest update on Michael Monkey Vaughn, a probable cause affidavit, which we read it on here. And I think I did a video maybe I just did the live on here about him, where we read off Police Chief Huff's statements that came out on Thursday about how they're moving this in the right direction. He's no longer going to be discussing or taking interview requests by media because he's already submitted the probable cause affidavit over to the state attorney. So Jennifer Coffindaffer is just going on here, and it says a probable cause affidavit has been submitted in Michael Vaughn case, hoping for an arrest warrant issued soon. I think there's going to be multiple arrest warrants issued in this case, multiple, at least 4, maybe 2 or 3, but definitely multiple. I don't think it's going to be one person being arrested for this. Hoping an arrest warrant is issued soon. His family deserves justice. They have suffered so much. And look at that little beautiful baby boy's face. Just oodles and oodles of cuteness here, just oodles and oodles of cuteness. And it's just so heartbreaking that Michael Vaughn is no longer with us. And let me just pull this back. Actually, let me keep that up just a little bit. I'll keep it up like this because I'm going to look for something right now. I think I might have it. Actually, let me go over here to my page, my YouTube. When did I go out there? I know it was on one of my, I want to say it was more than a year ago. No. Okay, no, let me go back. I got to find it. But we had, I had a live where, let me just, I think this might be it. Let me just see. It's 31. No, that's not it. I'm trying to find it. Let me just, I'll have to look and bring it back to you guys tomorrow. I was hopeful that I could find it. I can't find it. Anyways, it is my interview with Brandy Neal, and I might have it one other spot, but my, give me just a second. Let me see if it's on my, of course, this one. Just a second. Let it pop up. And I'm on it. I'm not reading the chat. I'm sorry. I've been looking for other things, but just give me a second. See if I can find it. Give me a second. I'm almost there. I just got to find it. Okay, here, I found it. Give me just a second. I'll share it with you guys. And I didn't, this is just the raw video, so don't mind me. I didn't really edit a whole lot with this. Will it not let me? Can you guys hear this? Hold on. I know. Well, I wasn't expecting it to be so. Can you guys hear that or no? I'll wait for you guys to respond. Sorry, it takes just a few moments to start getting responses in. Can you guys hear that or no? Because I don't think, well, it might let me, it only lets me upload a 10-minute. Yes, you guys can. Okay, good. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and. Okay, we'll just play it from the beginning.
I wasn't expecting it to be so cold because everybody told me it was going to be hot out here, and I brought this for the airport, and it's just, yeah, I know the just not unusually cold. Like just it's usually never. Yeah, and it was crazy.
Vallow's live now. We'll come back to this. Hold on. Give me just a second. How is it live? I'm not seeing it live just yet. Hold on. Let me stop sharing this. Vallow is live now. Okay, where is it live at? Hold on a second. Let's see. Give me just a second. Come on. Okay. Court TV, I'm getting there.
Victim impact statement. And if the court would like, I can find the page number of that.
I think just to reference for the record, if you could reference the page number, then I will.
Regarding the health of the defendant. The court has now issued an opinion this morning ruling on that, but my objection to the pre-sentence report stands.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court would note in the order issued this morning, and it's entitled Order on Objection to the PSI, court went through an analysis on the statutes and the rules as relating to the prior competency information and why I found it was inappropriate to include in the PSI as the investigator noted. And so that will be the court's order at this time on those submissions. Any other matters in the report you wish clarified or corrected, Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Let me confirm with counsel then too, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald, was your client able to review the report as well?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, I will note that I'll rely on that report then with those redactions in fashioning the sentence today. Moving now to the question of whether there will be any witness statements or testimony here proffered today. For the defense, are you offering any statements from any witnesses today, Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor. Yes,
All right.
Ms. Vallow may speak. On her
Very well.
behalf.
So the defendant, I'll address that. She'll have a right of allocution if she wishes. From the state, Mr. Wood, is the state intending to call any witnesses to testify or victims to provide oral impact statements today?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will not be calling any evidentiary witnesses. However, there are 4 victims who wish to be heard. The victims, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow's brother, Colby Ryan, has asked that we read his statement into the record. So with permission of the court, I will do that on his behalf. After that, Samantha William, Tammy Daybell's sister, has asked to be heard. Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, has asked to be heard. And Kay Woodcock, JJ Vallow's grandmother, has asked to be heard.
Very well. The court has previously determined that these are either victims or designated representatives under Idaho statute to be able to provide statements in this case, given the murder convictions. So the court will allow for them to make their comments today. Let me just indicate then how the hearing will proceed going forward. So first, the court will consider those victim impact statements that may be read into the record or offered by those individuals. After that, I intend to hear the recommendations on sentencing from you, Mr. Wood. Once the state's concluded then making its recommendations, Mr. Thomas, you may make recommendations on behalf of your client, Ms. Vallow. And then finally, Ms. Vallow, if you wish to address the court directly, you can do that after your attorney has done so. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, I'll start by going through the victim impact statements the state intends to introduce, and you can either read into the record or call your
And we'll be
first
talking
victim to
about
make
this
a
when we
comment
have a
this
break.
time. One more point of clarification, sorry. The victims, if they do wish to speak, will speak at the podium over to my left. And I'll note that that is not being filmed for this proceeding, so it won't be shown on the video. That's how the court's arranged the courtroom, just so council knows. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to either read a comment or have your first victim speak, you can do that now.
Thank you. Before I do that, Your Honor, I did neglect to say that Samantha William will also be reading into the record the statement of her father, which was included in the PSI if the court permits.
All right, the court will so permit that on your request.
And with that, then we would ask that Samantha be allowed to make her statement now.
Very well. Ms. William, then if you'd like to come forward and you can provide your statement at that lectern right in front of you. Please state your name for the record as you begin.
My name is Samantha William. Do you want me to do my father's after mine or do it before mine?
It's up to you.
I'm going to read his first. This is what my father wrote. His name is Ronald Douglas. He's writing on behalf of myself and my now deceased wife. I would like to share thoughts about the impact of the actions of Lori Vallow on our family. Tammy's death was unexpected and had a profound impact on all of us. We were barely into our recovery process when we learned of Chad's new marriage exactly 2 weeks after losing Tammy. We had no knowledge of missing children until we were visited by law enforcement officers and informed of Tammy's disinterment and autopsy. The drama began to unfold and the reason for the quick burial became apparent. Over the course of the following months, the ensuing revelations of deceit and intrigue caused extreme emotional stress on my wife, Phyllis. We became estranged from the Daybell children and began losing the close relationships we had with them. I'm sure they feel awkward about their father's actions and how Tammy's death was affecting us. We value them as grandchildren and want to keep them close to us. While Phyllis was already battling her leukemia of over 30 years, the emotional stress of this drama seemed to accelerate her declining health. Her remaining months of life were full of strain and heartache. Lori entered Chad's life long before we were aware of any interaction between them. In retrospect, we see that Chad was living a double life and the bonds of his family were being eroded due to his involvement with Lori. The eternal ramifications of her actions are yet to be calculated. Lori needs to pay for her actions according to the laws of mortals. She will still answer according to the laws of God when she passes from this life. Ron Douglas. This is my statement. Over the last few years, I've often thought about what I would ever say to you, Lori. I've often thought about what my sister would have said too. The minute I found out that Chad had quickly remarried after the death of my most beloved sister, Tammy, it confirmed what I had always felt. You see, the minute I received the phone call that she had died, I knew something had happened to her, but I didn't know why I would feel that way. So when we were told by Chad that he had married you and that it had happened 2 weeks after Tammy had been buried, my heart knew. I researched you like any true woman would to find out who you were. What did I find? Lies. Everything about you that you tried to tell others is a lie.
At this point, I'm going to object. I don't believe this falls within the statute or within the Idaho Constitution or within Idaho versus Payne.
All right, Mr. Thomas, your objection is noted. It's overruled. The court will be able to consider and ferret out these statements and properly consider what's in the record. You can continue,
Thank
Ms.
you.
William.
We asked, what's her name? Lori Bryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So is what I searched. What happened to your previous husband? She told us that he had died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answer, the children aren't missing. They're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children were dead and buried on Chad's property, and my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she had been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. Planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You had an affair with a married man. You lied to yourself by what is okay to sneak behind the backs of your spouses. You are not exalted beings, and your behavior makes you ineligible to be one. Well, why pick Chad? He was an average guy, and you had married several men before him. He made you feel special and singled out. You tell yourself that you were high spiritual beings who have lived lives together through time. You felt powerful. This is too is a lie. But Chad has no real wealth. How will you live? You can easily have divorced your spouses and made your own perverted life together, but you need money. So you tell this story about people being dark and that they are zombies. This is how you justify who needs to be removed. You use this lie to justify the murders of 4 people whose deaths you profit from. But you could sit there and think, you've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to, and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart. I helped raise Tammy's children. And because of you, they no longer have their mother or grandmother. And because of fear of losing another parent, they listen to the lies spewed by you and Chad. Our relationship is strained and most contact with them is gone. Your trial was the last thing my ailing mother had to live through. She declined in health as she heard through news reports all of the horrible things that happened, and she had to relive all the things we have tried to forget the last 4 years. My mother passed away in June, knowing that you will never come out of prison again. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose not to participate in her funeral because of fear of causing more drama. We were deprived of the chance to heal and have them realize how much we love them. We don't blame them for what happened, but we blame you and Chad for all the lies you've told and ripping apart this family. We didn't do anything. My parents are not evil. They did not deserve to lose their grandchildren on top of losing their daughter. I did not deserve to lose the relationships of children I helped raise, or a sister that was my dearest friend. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed that way is unacceptable. Lucky for me, the world can see the truth as much as I can. Everyone now knows what liars you are. They now all know what horrible things you have done. You will have to live in your prison cell for the rest of your life. You are not an exalted being, and there's no huge event that is going to save you. No jail walls are going to fall so you can leave. No angels are coming to rescue you. You made judgments of others and determined if they should die based on the fact that they might do bad things and we need to kill them before they do. That is not how the atonement works. We cannot punish and judge others on things they haven't happened yet, but you did. You have also made choices that have led you here. You have been judged by the court and you have been found guilty. Your consequences are before you. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve her and now the loss of my mother for the rest of my life. I will always remember them. As for you, I choose to forget you. And as I leave this courtroom today, I choose to never think of you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the impact statement, Ms. William. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to call the next victim who wishes to speak.
She's
It'll
holding
be
her
Vicky
head
Hogan,
down,
Your
won't
Honor.
look at anybody, just looking
All right,
down.
Ms. Hoban, you may come forward. Offer your statement there at the lectern.
First, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to give a statement here today. I'm Tammy Santvicki. I was able to attend a big part of this trial, and so my first comment will be to address what I felt the defendant's behavior was. I felt she was shameful during the trial. It was apparent to me and others that the defendant did not take the proceedings in this courtroom seriously. It was extremely disrespectful to watch, especially during some of the most sensitive and heartbreaking testimony. Her smirking, her smiling, giggling, talking.
Judge, I'm going to object based on State versus Payne, based on the Idaho Constitution, and based on Idaho Code 1953-06. She's supposed to give an impact statement, which the defendant's criminal conduct had upon the victim. Payne states that the victim impact statement must relate to the characteristics of the victim and the emotional impact of the crime on the family.
We have a brief sidebar with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wood.
Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone too many times. I guess we are, sorry, I'm reading something here. So we're waiting for another person. They're doing a sidebar. Apparently, the defense is having problems with whom is giving statements and how they're deriving those statements. And they are, in my opinion, I've never had people literally stop the family from speaking and object. But, you know, again, we didn't hear that in Letitia Stout. We didn't hear that in Alec Murdaugh's case. There's several other cases. Now, it's not uncommon to object, but it's in my opinion, very, it's frustrating. So they're going to be appealing for her. So the objections that they're noting are for appeal. I think why he brought him up to the lectern is just to get their appeal on record, most likely for a blanket record for all the victim impact statements. So he'll quit interrupting the people with their statements.
All right, the court will just note on the record, there was an objection lodged on this victim impact statement. I had a brief sidebar with counsel and discussed that. I do in part grant the objection, and I've instructed the state to discuss that with the victim to tailor her comments to those appropriate for an impact statement at this point. So, Mr. Wood, I gave you an opportunity to discuss that with Ms. Hoban. Ms. Hoban, if you're ready to continue, apologies for the interruption, but we want to make sure the record's followed carefully here.
Thank you. type of vibe that was in the courtroom at the time was really hurtful to us. We were unable to be in our feelings and listen to the testimony without having extreme emotion. I'll say it this way. This was a woman who had killed her own children and was on trial for doing that and for killing Tammy, and we felt that she could have had more respect for the family members in the courtroom. Tammy was a most excellent person, and she led her life with the utmost dignity and was beloved not only by our family, but by the community at large. There will be a huge void, and this is Tammy's story, and therefore it's part of our family history. This statement will not be about Lori. It will be about Tammy because it's her story. It's her life that was taken. She was a mom, a grandma, a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin, friend, and yes, she was a librarian. But more than a librarian, she was a teacher. She loved her job and went above and beyond for her students. Her last days filled with preparing a book fair for underserved children. I'm sure when she arrived home Friday, October 18th, 2019, she was very tired from a long day and the hours at school. As she got into bed that night, I would imagine she was thinking the same thing as every other night. Nothing more than getting a good night's sleep once her eldest had checked in from his late night job. She had no idea what the plan was for that night, or what had been the plan for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, there had been quite a bit of discussion about how to get rid of the obstacles that Lori had. Lori had already killed 2 of her children. Tammy was next on her list of obstacle removal. Lori wanted money, sex, and more power, and what Lori wants, Lori gets. The plan was in place on how to get it. Instead of a good night's sleep, Tammy was brutally executed in her own bed. She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, birth of a grandchild, graduation from preschool.
It's so sad.
No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden. Never attending one of our families just for the girls' lunches where we reconnected from all over, laughed about the good old times, and the funny way that Grandma Cooper took pictures. And then we take photos with each other that we would compare at the next lunch. There would never be another hilarious rendition of Patty and her singing "Do Your Ears Hang Low." She'd never wave at a friend as they passed by. Make dinner for a sick friend. Never have a last conversation with her beautiful mother. Or one last kiss goodbye. No more of her dad's dad jokes or Samantha's outdoor parties. No more lining up with all of her siblings to get the photo at the next event. A life full of people she loved and who loved her deeply. Her life was snuffed out. To say heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, unbearable is not a big enough statement to convey knowing the way this most excellent existence was taken by planning and execution. The most innocent of lives was simply just discarded like it meant nothing, but it did. And like all of Lucille's grandchildren, her life was a vibe. It was a valiant and unreproachable life. Laura, you participated in the savage murders of precious people of great value and worth. It is most likely something that you would probably never understand, to be selfish and just to live life in a simple way, enjoying life for what it is, to love, to be loved, to smile, and to be smiled at. While you had a shameful relationship with Tammy's husband and planned out a murder, Tammy lived her life. She supported her family in every way. And for you to turn her home where she lived and slept into a cemetery, her two innocent and beautiful children, is one of the most horrific things I can think of. Tammy would have been horrified to know what you had done, and it has broken us as a family. You are now going to pay the price, albeit never sufficient in this life. It's all that we can do. I hope that the life you live is filled with fear and that every day you are terrified, just the way that beautiful Tylee lived in fear for hers and sweet JJ as you continue terrifying her by saying they would be zombies. And she knew the consequences of being what you called dark. Tylee had many wonderful friends that loved her, and in a cruel irony, my granddaughter was a good friend to Tylee. This friend group can still to this day not speak of Tylee freely. They are so stuck in their grief and sadness for their friend who is savagely brutalized and murdered at her mother's hands. It's unconscionable to them, and the grief is still overwhelming. In closing, I would like to thank all of the law enforcement, the FBI, the investigators, the prosecutors, the administration. Everybody has worked so diligently on this case. Especially want to thank those who had to see those things that can't be unseen. We understand your pain also, and grateful for the many, many hours of hard work and dedication and the search for the truth. Thank you, Judge. I trust that you will do the correct penalty for this. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoban, thank you for your impact statement. Mr. Wood.
The next victim will be Kay Woodcock.
All right, Ms. Woodcock.
Good day, Judge Boyce. I want to express my thanks and appreciation for being able to speak publicly today on the impact of the defendant's actions. Thank you. 80, 1401, 1481, 1, 72, 1536, 0, 52, 8, 72, 319, and finally, 1 million. These are more than just numbers and very important numbers and will make sense as I continue. 80 days ago, on May 12, 2023, the word guilty was read for each of the charges inmate Daybell is being sentenced for today. Guilty, the word cemented what I had known for 1,401 days, was returned by the jury. The jury devoted their time, energy, and dedication to deliver justice for J.J. Tiley and Tammy for every single heinous crime charged. Our family is eternally grateful for their sacrifice. Justice would not have been possible without the time, perseverance, and tireless work every member of multiple law enforcement agencies, prosecution team, court personnel, and the court. Our appreciation and thanks can never be expressed in a way that will adequately or effectively convey our gratitude. Today marks 1,481 days that have been filled with terror. One was the day my brother Charles was murdered. It took over 30 hours for the defendant to finally send a cold-hearted text to Charles's sons, informing them that their father was dead. No phone call, no explanation as to how, when, and where. Colin Zach immediately called me, hoping this was a cruel joke.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, as this has nothing to do with this case.
It's overruled, Mr. Thomas. You can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
This was the beginning of her cruel campaign of terror, a campaign that resulted in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, two innocent children, and Tammy, a devoted mother, grandmother, and wife. Our intense fear for JJ's safety began the very moment we learned of Charles's death. We knew Lori didn't want JJ anymore, as we had seen her abandon him for 72 days with little to no concern of his well-being. We now understand that this was so she could carry on her illicit and torrid affair with Chad Daybell and to conspire with him to murder and profit from my brother's death. With the number of divorces in Larry's past, it took me a while to understand why my brother had to die. I now realize what a nothing Chad Daybell is, a man with no ability to support anyone, no success of his own, a user of the weak-minded, a lazy, good-for-nothing, spineless man that rode his wife's coattails of success. After learning of Charles's death, I immediately began reaching out to Lori. I began calling, leaving voicemails, and texting. Finally, after 3 long hours, I received a brief text with 0 details. She couldn't be bothered or felt too guilty to pick up a phone and call, this time his sister, and explain what happened. It set out so many alarms for Larry and I. Within minutes, we were on the phone with an Arizona detective learning the horrifying truths of my brother's murder. This all began with greed. The greed for and desire for a $1 million life insurance policy. She should have answered my calls. She should have spoken to me. I would have given her the money. She could have let JJ and Tylee live and had $1 million. She could have been free to be Chad's mistress and foot the bill with the money from spilled blood. JJ and Tylee could have been with us living happy lives. Instead, she took all that away, all because she is a money-hungry, power-mongering monster. We flew to Arizona the next morning and were finally able to meet with the detective shortly after. We learned the frightful details of my brother being ambushed by Lori and Alex. I know my brother, and what we were hearing made no sense to the kind, gentle, and generous and loving man we knew him to be. After hearing the details, our immediate concern was JJ's safety. We had no legal rights to JJ. This simply left our hands tied. We were powerless then and have felt overwhelmingly powerless since. It is the most unwanted and terrible feeling to be in that position. I pray no one ever must deal with this type of circumstance. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would say not even Lori or Chad, but their evil and malicious plans are why we are here. She has shown no grief for the lives she willingly took or the pain she caused. Today, I take the power back by standing here speaking out loud of all the pain and loss she caused. I pray that my words will assist you. My sincerest hope is that they will be seriously contemplated in imposing a sentence for her cruel and heinous crimes. During the trial, a lot of information was shared about JJ's death. Today, I want to share how he lived. That is truly the only way to understand and know who he was and the gaping hole his death has left in our hearts and in this world. Cain and Todd Trahan came into this world fighting on May 25th, 2012, 10 weeks premature and weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. He was transferred to a hospital with neonatal intensive care unit within minutes of being born, where he spent weeks fighting to grow and live. I remember seeing him for the first time. My son Todd, his biological father, and I had followed the ambulance to the hospital. He was about 2 hours old when we were finally able to see him. He was so tiny and looked so fragile. In fact, I still have one of his tiny preemie diapers. It fits in the palm of my hand. As soon as I laid my eyes on him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the tiniest version of my son Todd, who was also seeing him for the first time. Todd struck with the love for him that can't be explained. The love that hits new parents can't be put into words. I remember him later saying, "How can I love someone I've never met this much?" It is a feeling I and millions of others have experienced at the birth of a child. Lori, Todd forgives you. I wanted to make sure you know that. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he could be released to Larry and I in a few days. When we were initially asked if Kanan could come home with us, Larry and I didn't hesitate and immediately said yes, even though it had been 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with their many medical needs. The only place we wanted him to be at home with us was at home with us. The night before he was discharged, I stayed in a little room next to the NICU, talking to the nurses and learning all the little things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, when it was time to leave, the nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, and I'll get you out of here." I looked at her and kind of perplexed. "I don't need a wheelchair, I can walk." She gave me a smile and a little chuckle and then let me know it's hospital policy for discharged babies. So I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital just like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substances in his tiny little body. He was healthy and ready to come home well before he was expected, and my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and oh so very special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. His first night home, as I bathed him, he cried so hard, and I cried right along with him. My heart was so heavy with all that he had been through in just the few short weeks since his birth. After his bath and still crying, my husband Larry, who JJ called Pawpaw, asked me to hand Kanan to him. He placed our baby Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head, rhythmically patted his back. Larry kept patting and breathing warmth onto the top of his head until he finally relaxed, stopped crying, and fell asleep. This became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so that Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light. Larry jumped in feet first at 65 years old and did all the things a young and new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us a new strength. Kanan was our strength and we were his comfort. His first 6 months were spent going to countless appointments. We went to appointments with doctors, heart, kidney, and urology problems, then to appointments for speech and occupational therapy, as well as visits to other pediatricians for a host of medical problems. We were always going from one appointment to another, constantly working to help him thrive and grow. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it became inevitable for me to cry. It deeply wounded me to see him go through so much, but I also felt immense pride in seeing him grow and how much love and happiness he gave to us and everyone that met him. My sister Susan had a special bond with Canaan and spent her days watching him so that I could work. She used to take him for walks, pushing his stroller endlessly. She could get him to belly laugh with silly animal noises, especially the froggy noise. There is no sweeter sound than a baby with an ecstatic belly laugh. Memories of the time spent watching Canaan grow, discovering his hands, toes, and feet, are all Susan has left of that special bond, and the immense grief of his loss is overwhelming. At 6 months old, the time came for the surgery he needed to repair a hernia. Charles and Lori flew to be with us at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. This was a scary moment in time for us. Our tiny little man was undergoing surgery, and their support meant so much to us. After his surgery, Lori insisted I take the sofa as she slept overnight on the floor of the hospital room. Later, the decision was made to let Charles and Lori adopt Canaan. I knew she would always be 1,000% involved in his care, and I knew it would be okay since I witnessed that. She would always be there to help, support, and care for Canaan. That is part of why this is so hard. How does a woman that would go to that length for a baby boy a few short years later brutally take his life? It is mind-blowing, and I will never understand it. Charles and Lori were granted custody a short time later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved every minute of raising him. We poured all our love, energy into ensuring he grew and thrived. We knew our unconditional love, and that time was priceless. Canaan's growth and milestones were clear evidence for our love for him. We knew the adoption was the best decision for his future, to have energetic parents, siblings, and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have in Lake Charles, Louisiana. With his departure, we felt a grief that really can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We had barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's front steps to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker, and I swear I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us. He had missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always his love, comfort, and safety. JJ's adoption was final in July of 2014, and Charles and Lori moved with the kids to Hawaii, living in a house that backed up to a closed golf course, and it was perfect for JJ. It was like having the biggest backyard ever, and it was heaven for him. He would go outside, and he would run and run and run and run, and I ran and ran to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never, ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We had pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. On one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana home cooking to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool. He poured ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits with Charles or Lori, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were in stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. However, when we would visit, we would have him sleep with us. JJ would ask Pawpaw to pat his back just like when he was a baby and fall asleep. He would sleep until 9 or 10, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever in JJ. Lori loved to entertain and have family visit, ours and hers. She invited family and friends to Hawaii and friends from Hawaii to Arizona. 0 is the number that same mother murdered that same child she expressed her deep appreciation for. It is mind-boggling, and I don't think I will ever be able to understand it. Back to JJ, he was incredibly smart. He was reading at middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with JJ and on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels, Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, so you can imagine my surprise and delight. As we stood there, he would occasionally stumble on a syllable or pronunciation, but we took the time to go through the words and helped him learn. As he got a little older, his special education school in Arizona told Charles he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he be? What did Lori deprive the world of? JJ loved school, loved his family, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy. The two of them had such a special bond and love for each other. There are so many lives he touched, from family, teachers, neighbors, and church members that all feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also funny, content, healthy, compassionate, and an empathetic child. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those. But instead, with his gentle touch and speaking in soft tones, he would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see or sense they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting with his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother, the deplorable woman that chose to be his mother, the woman that 5 years earlier made the conscious decision to stand in front of a judge and swore to provide for, care, love, and protect him. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. There was never any doubt that Tylee was an absolute mama's girl. When she was little, she adored Lori. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. While Charles and Lori lived in Austin, we visited frequently. On one of our visits, we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that had been made into a horse, complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Kobe and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her, and she needed something girly just for her, and she loved it. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one of them being, "Do not enter." And as you can assume, even though JJ could read and understand the notes, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would storm into her room and she would laughingly tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just to tease and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. Tyler was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and JJ loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. The love they have for each other is captured in the last photo taken of them, both grinning and hugging each other. Hauntingly, this photo was taken shortly before and by the defendant, hours before she murdered her own child, her sweet girl, Tylee. I have a niece that is a few months younger than JJ. Her name is Maddie. She and JJ loved each other and would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. I knew then that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. $1,536. That is how many days it has been since I've seen JJ, and how many days since I was able to see that same candlelit glowing grin and for being sung happy birthday. You see, the last time I was able to hug and kiss JJ was in May of 2019 when we celebrated his 7th birthday. It is just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love of another birthday because his mother is greedy and his life was expendable to her. We never know when one of those moments are going to hit, but I can tell you that there have been too many situations in the past few years where we get slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone in his life, all because his materialistic, self-centered mother cruelly and brutally stole his life and him from the world. Lori's acts of depravity, cruelty, and betrayal have no limits. She murdered and stole JJ's daddy from him on July 11th, 2019. Next, she was trying to sell Bailey, JJ's adored and cherished service dog, his shadow and his best friend. When caught, she was confronted and forced to give Bailey back to his original trainer. I can't imagine how that impacted JJ. Bailey went everywhere with him and provided him so much security and happiness. 52. That's how many days after Charles's death she waited, continuing her trail of destruction by taking JJ away from his home, his family, his school, his sense of well-being and normalcy by moving to Rexburg. JJ and Tylee were isolated and deprived of everything and everyone they knew and loved. 8. That's how many days later until another act of treachery with the murder and desecration of Tylee. The immense sorrow I feel in thinking of JJ's last days and week cannot be measured. How did he cope with the shockwave of change, confusion, and chaos? Being autistic and just a child in general, he thrived and excelled with his routines and schedules, and nothing was routine at that point. How much grief and fear did he experience? The loss of his dad, his world was upside down. During those 2 months, I continually asked, to the point of pleading with Lori to let us visit JJ. She only agreed once and then canceled. The trip was for JJ to attend Charles's memorial services back home in Louisiana. Our FaceTime calls, something that had been the norm, were cut shorter and shorter until our last call on August 10th of 2019 that lasted for 35 seconds. This all started with her greed. Her greed for a $1 million life insurance policy and her lust for Chad. 72 days, that is how many days it took Lori to take everything from JJ. He lost his dad, his home, his best friend Bailey, his beloved big sister, and his life, all in 72 days. My sister said it best. My sister Susan said it best. She killed him slowly by taking away everything that mattered. The following 9 months were pure hell. Nothing else can describe the feeling of not knowing where the children were. We were continually learning more about the evil that the defendant was involved with, and our fears continued to mount daily. 319. That's how many days from the last time we were able to FaceTime with JJ until the moment we learned the children had been found in Chad Daybell's backyard, buried like animals. When the call came, a sound escaped me that only can be described as guttural. Our worst fears were confirmed and we were destroyed. The grief my family and I have endured is immeasurable. Lori cruelly took my big brother Charles, my adorable grandson JJ, and my beautiful niece Tylee and sweet Tammy, whose family I've come to know and love. Lori is undeniably a monster that has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I think the court ruled on this particular portion of her statement. I'm going to ask that the court enforce that.
Give me a moment. Let me review the
Very good, Your
section
Honor.
of the written PSI in the court's previous.
They're really
order.
pushing hard on this. Again, I've never had this many disruptions in
The objection's overruled. This is not the section the court struck from the statement, so you can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention. During the trial, a jail call was played between Lori and her son Colby as she continued her manipulation. Today, it feels especially poignant. Quoting Lori, "They have made all these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think they know who's responsible. They think they know everything, but you don't know because you weren't there. And one day you will know. One day you will know what actually happened." Those are her words. It is the one truth that Lori has told since the beginning of her campaign of terror. We do know what actually happened and who is responsible. Lori. Today is the day that she will finally be punished for her manipulation, cruelty, and criminal acts. She has shown no remorse for the murders, the lying, the deceit, or the pain. During the trial, we heard Lori deflect and minimize her sister's grief. We heard her exclaim that she was trying to go on with life, that she needed to be happy, all while she was dancing on the beach and her children were buried in Chad's backyard. Only someone with no remorse tries to justify the cold-blooded murder of her children with her needs. We wholeheartedly believe she was not only complicit, but was an active participant in both JJ and Tylee's murders, making her crimes even more reprehensible. Your Honor, my family and I pray for nothing. Okay. We trust your wisdom in determining the sentence for the fraud. Sorry about that too. Strike that. Okay. We believe there should never be a reason for her to be released from prison. She deprived JJ, Tylee, and Tammy of that right and should never be given what she so easily took from them. I'll leave with two final numbers. 3 for the 3 people who were murdered, who we will never forget. And finally, the number 1 for the defendant, The person that will never matter again once we walk out the door.
All right, Ms. Woodcock, thank you for the victim impact statement. Mr. Wood, are there any other statements to be offered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We have been asked to read Colby Ryan's statement into the record, and so I'll do that now.
Very well.
As the older brother to Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and the son of Charles Vallow, I want to say the generations have been affected by these murders. My children will never know their uncle, their aunt or grandfather, or even their own grandmother. Tylee and J.J. brought so much light into this world. With their lives being stolen, I would like to share this. I believe that nothing could or will ever be the same. Tylee will never have an opportunity to become a mother, wife, or have the career she was destined to have. She will never be able to have the life she deserved. JJ will never be able to grow and spread his light with this world the way he did. He will never have a chance to grow up. My girls will never have a chance to know them in this life. My siblings and father deserve so much more than this. I want them to be remembered for who they were and not to be just a spectacle or a headline to the world. Tylee was sweet and kind, funny and bold, and she deserves to be seen as such. JJ was the most fun, sweet, and silly kid I'd ever known, loving and so smart. He deserves to be seen as such. Charles was a loving, kind, and generous father, and he did everything he could to help and provide for everyone around him. He deserves to be seen as that. This has affected me personally more than I could ever possibly put into words. I've lost my entire family in life. I lost the opportunity to share life with the people I love the most. I've watched everything crumble and be shredded to pieces. I have lost my sister, brother, father, and my mother. I've lost cousins and family, friends, and everything in between. These murders have changed everyone's life who loved these beautiful people, but I still know that God is above holding them in his arms and will provide a life after this to reunite. I pray for healing for everyone involved, including those who took the lives of all the ones we love. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered that statement as well at this point then. Mr. Wood, are there any other victim impact statements to read into the record?
No.
Okay, guys.
Very
we're
well.
done
At
with
this
the
time
victim
then,
impact
as I
statement.
mentioned, I'll move forward and have the state make its sentencing recommendations. After that, then the defense may make their recommendations. So Mr. Wood, you can commence with the state's sentencing recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to start with the question. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of the life of a 16-year-old girl with her life ahead of her? What is the value of a life of a 7-year-old boy with special needs? What is the value of the life of a mother and a grandmother? No matter how we look at what we are doing here today, we are calculating and assigning a value for the lives of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. The defendant, now a convicted murderer, by her heinous and egregious acts, has assigned a value of 0 to each of these lives. The sentence imposed by the court today will represent the value that our community, through our court, places on the lives of these 3 victims. To the people of Idaho, this day should be more about the victims than the defendant. This court has multiple factors it must consider today, including the sentencing factors found in Idaho Code 19-2521. Justice requires the court to view all of the factors it will consider through the lens of the value of the lives of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. We echo the sentiments made by the victims or in the victim impact statements, and we just briefly speak about these immediate victims. Tylee Ryan was born on September 24th of 2002. She was murdered between September 8th and 9th of 2019. People who knew her called her witty, charming, intelligent. She'd received her GED in order to graduate early. We know she often cared for her brother. In evidence, we had videos of her with him, and she would call him my JJ. She loved Hawaii. She loved the beach. She had friends and family who loved her very much on both her father and her mother's side. Her father was Joseph Ryan, who predeceased her in 2018. Her older brother is Colby Ryan, with whom she shared a special bond. After Joseph Ryan died, Tylee, as this court knows, was the recipient of Social Security benefits. She actually shared a lot of those with her brother Colby, because that's the type of person she was. In serving search warrants, we accessed her Instagram account, where we learned that she was intensely loyal to her own mother. From her finances, we know she was a typical teenager. She liked to have fun. She was also independent and responsible. JJ Vallow was born May 25th of 2012, and he was murdered between September 22nd and 23rd of 2019. As we heard earlier, he was initially born as Kanan Todd Trahan in less than ideal circumstances, and was initially raised by his grandparents. He was then adopted by the defendant and her husband, Charles Vallow. He was loved by his family and friends. He loved to travel. Tammy Daybell was born May 4th, 1970, and she was murdered on October 19th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 children, and she's now a grandmother. She was a school librarian and educator. We know from her phone and from witnesses, she loved her children intensely. She was physically active, and she was kind. This court laid out the procedural history of the case. I'm just going to briefly touch on some dates that are important to the state and we think are important in terms of sentencing. The defendant met Chad Daybell in October of 2018, and within a year, her husband Charles Vallow was dead, her children were dead, and her boyfriend's wife was dead. In late August, early September of 2019, the defendant moved to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ and her co-conspirator and brother Alex Cox. Tylee was last seen on September 8th, 2019, and JJ was last seen September 22nd, 2019. Tammy Daybell was last seen on October 19th. On November 5th, barely more than 2 weeks after Tammy was murdered, this defendant married her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell. November of 2019, Rexburg police were contacted regarding a Jeep that was involved in a shooting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Later that month, JJ Vallow was reported missing, and an investigation was furthered into Tammy's death, and law enforcement became aware that Tylee was missing. On December 12th, Tammy Daybell was exhumed. The next day, Alex Cox, one of the defendant's co-conspirators, died in Arizona. At the end of that December, the search for the children became public, and there was no response from the defendant or her co-conspirator. In January of 2020, the defendant was served with an order to produce children, and there was no response. Charges were filed for abandonment of minor children. And I want to be clear, the defendant had a right to silence. She did not have a right to disobey the order of the court to produce the bodies of her children. The Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the Idaho Attorney General's Office devoted thousands of hours of work into looking for Tylee and JJ and to investigating the death of Tammy Daybell. On June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ were found in the defendant's husband's backyard. On May 24th of 2021, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the conspiracy to commit murder first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow and grand theft by deception, the murder of J.J. Vallow, the conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell, and grand theft. And the defendant was convicted by a jury of her peers in Ada County on all counts on May 12th of this year. This court is required to consider the factors in Idaho Code 19-2521 subparen A in sentencing. And that particular statute reads, the goals of sentencing include the primary consideration of the protection of society, followed by the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, deterrence of the individual and the public generally, and punishment or retribution for wrongdoing, and the impact on the victim. I want to talk about protection of society. This defendant has proven by her actions that she is dangerous to society. In Idaho alone, she was involved with 3 murders in a space of 6 weeks. While she's not convicted yet, I think the court can acknowledge that she faces 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Maricopa County. 2 of the murders in Idaho were her own children. This defendant violated the most sacred trust that exists in society, that between a mother and her children. And she did it for gain. She did it for money. A defendant who is willing to murder her own children is willing to murder anyone. Society can only be protected from this defendant by a life sentence without the chance of parole. There is no indication that
He deserves
upon murdering for financial gain that she feels any remorse. The amount of murders in her ledger show us that she will seek to obtain money through murder again if released. And again, only a sentence of life without parole will satisfy the court's mandate to protect society. Courts required to consider risk reduction through rehabilitation. And it's tempting to just say there's no rehabilitation possible. What is rehabilitation? It's the process of restoring a person to normal and a constructive place in society. Some crimes render a criminal unable to fully be rehabilitated as a functioning member of society. Some crimes are so heinous that you simply lose your place among the rest of us.
Agree to that.
Killing your own children and your boyfriend's wife are these types of crimes. Rehabilitation requires remorse and acceptance of responsibility. And there is literally zero evidence that this defendant feels remorse or responsibility for her crimes. The court heard victims talk about her behavior at trial, and I think that was an indicator that she lacks remorse, that she lacks accountability. The only way to rehabilitate this defendant at any level is to make her face the consequences of her heinous crimes that she has committed. And that is only possible through a sentence of life in prison without any chance of release. This court is required to consider deterrence of the individual and the public. Again, deterrence requires accountability. She has none. One thing that has been so shocking about these crimes is where it happened. Fremont and Madison County, Idaho. These are fairly rural areas. These are low crime areas. And I would note that this defendant, despite being labeled oftentimes by the media as a Rexburg, Idaho mother, is not a Rexburg, Idaho mother. She's not from Rexburg. She actually spent very little time here before she was arrested. And our community was left reeling by these crimes. The sentence that the court imposes today will be a message. And the citizens of these 2 counties have a right to the message, don't come here and commit these crimes. The citizens of these counties don't live these type of lives, and we don't want people to come here and commit these crimes. And this court has a responsibility to send that message, to give a sentence that gives that deterrence. It's the state's position that only a sentence of life without parole will send the proper message of deterrence both to this defendant and the public. And in line with deterrence, if these crimes don't merit that type of sentence, the state's unaware of what kind of crimes would. Finally, the court is required to consider punishment and retribution and the impact on the victim. The obvious impact of the defendant's crimes against Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell was death. And we can't ask Tylee, J.J., and Tammy about that experience because they're gone. They don't have a voice. We can't ask them what it felt like to be murdered. We can't ask them about the impact of their last moments. We have to instead look at the evidence and glean what we can regarding the impact of the murder of Tylee, J.J., and Tammy. This court sat through a trial. This court saw the same evidence that the state saw, that the defendant saw, the jury saw. This court was the custodian of that. And so this court has seen how horrific these crimes were. And I want to talk individually about the impact of these crimes on these victims. So what was the impact on Tylee? We don't even know how she died. And why is that? Because her body was mutilated, it was dismembered, and it was burnt beyond recognition. We only know for a surety that it was her because of DNA testing. Her body was utterly destroyed, and she was buried in a pet cemetery next to animals. Her skull was literally separated from her body, and it was destroyed in such a manner we couldn't even tell 100% from dental records if it was her. The defendants put her body in a green bucket that melted from the heat of her burning flesh and put it on top of her skull in a pet cemetery. The impact of this crime on this victim was horrendous. We know she had puncture wounds in her pelvis, and we know from the testimony of Dr. Christensen at trial that those puncture wounds were received at or near the time of death, and they were consistent with stabbing, but not consistent with dismemberment. Again, the impact of the murder of Tylee was horrendous. And this impact will continue. Tylee will never get to become a mother, as we heard earlier. She will never have the opportunity to go to college. She won't get to choose a career to satisfy her curiosity or make any of the other decisions that young adults get to make for themselves. She won't get to travel the world. She won't get to marry. She won't get to be there for her brother Colby or her brother JJ. She won't get to spend time with her other family members. The impact of murder never ends. So the defendant's sentence must last equally as long. I want to talk about the impact on J.J. Vallow. Again, we can't speak to him, but we've seen the evidence. We know that he died from asphyxiation from duct tape in a plastic bag wrapped around his head. The evidence showed that there was a struggle. And what was the impact on that little boy's mind as he fought for his life? His last moments must have been filled with fear and betrayal. And what is the impact of being buried like a piece of trash rather than receiving a proper burial? This defendant and her co-conspirators showed a callous disregard for human life by the demeaning way they treated his and his sister's bodies. Similar to Tylee, JJ will never get to grow up. He will never be able to reach his potential. He won't spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. What was the impact on Tammy Daybell This defendant was not charged with the actual murder of Tammy Daybell, but she was charged with the conspiracy to murder her and convicted of such charge. I would note conspiracy is not a lesser included of murder. It is an equal charge. We know that because the sentencing by statute is equal. It is equally as bad to conspire to murder as it is to murder. It's bad enough to steal someone else's spouse. But this crime rose to a whole other level of egregiousness because this defendant planned with her boyfriend the death of his wife. And when her brother and boyfriend committed that actual murder, she was vacationing on a beach in Hawaii. We don't know exactly what Tammy's last moments were like. We can't ask her. We know she had bruising on her body that appeared to be at or near the time of death. Like Tylee, like JJ, the impact on this victim continues. She won't get to spend time with her children. She can't give them advice. She can't be there for her grandchildren, her brothers, and her sister. She missed her mother's funeral. The impact doesn't end with the individual and immediate victims. It spreads. It's the proverbial rock thrown in the lake that ripples and ripples and ripples. Murder tears at the fabric of society more than any other crime. Infanticide defies the law of nature. Mothers are meant to care for their children. When we consider the impact of the victim, it's appropriate for this court to consider the impact on the living victims as well. So when we talk about punishment, it has to match the crime. Not only do we need to protect society, do what we can to rehabilitate and deter, the punishment has to match the crime. Punishment must be, because this was the ultimate crime, killing your own children, killing your boyfriend's wife, the punishment must be the ultimate allowed by the law. And at this time, that is life sentences without parole. And we aren't asking that to be harsh. We're asking that because it's the right thing to do, because it's the only punishment that matches what this defendant did. I want to just briefly address some of the material found in the PSI. There are two mental health reports, one by Dr. Watson and one by Dr. Cunningham. Excuse me. And so what's in them? They say that this defendant suffers from a delusional disorder. She has grandiose and persecutory features, which I would note is something that many serious criminals have. It says she has hyper-religiosity with bizarre beliefs. More important, though, than what's in those reports, I want to talk about what's not in them. These are bare bones reports with barely anything more than alleged diagnosis. There's no analysis of her behavior, and that's important to know because psychologically we can tell more from what a person does than what they say. There's zero evidence provided or in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness contributed to her crimes. There's zero evidence in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness hindered her ability to know right from wrong. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelming that she did know right from wrong. She lied to the police, she lied to family members, and she lied to friends regarding the children of Tammy. Even their close friends who they shared some of these religious beliefs with, they lied to about the death of the children. And what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that Tylee and JJ didn't die because their mom thought they were possessed. If she truly believed that, she would have preached it because she preached all the time. She didn't tell anyone that because she knew why she killed them. She killed them for money. Her actions show afterwards, not a pattern of grieving. She goes on vacation to Hawaii. She gets married. In those reports, there's zero evidence provided of the defendant's mental state at the time of the crime. And again, all evidence shows that she was highly functioning at the time these crimes were committed. There's no evidence that she wasn't able to provide for her food, clothing, shelter, transportation. Again, she arranged a marriage. She arranged living in Hawaii. Again, and further in these reports, there's no prognosis other than there is one prognosis that states the defendant will make a positive adjustment to prison. Well, that's good because that's where she belongs and that's where she needs to go. Other than that, there's no treatment suggestions or discussion of possible treatment. Again, we'd ask this court to look at the defendant's behavior more than anything she says. At trial, the defense made it clear that they see Chad Daybell as the primary antagonist and that he should be blamed for these crimes and not the defendant. That was in the closing. I want to be very clear. This court is precluded today from even engaging in any analysis of that. Chad Daybell's guilt has not been determined yet, and this court cannot engage in some type of balancing analysis of guilt when he must be presumed innocent by this court until proven guilty. Upon being proven guilty, we can have that conversation, but not now. And further, even if he had been determined guilty, this defendant was charged with conspiracy. This is not a comparative fault case. On a conspiracy, if you're in for a penny, you're in for a dollar. And there's an important societal reason. There's an important reason that society has done that. It's bad enough when a person decides to commit a crime, especially one that includes victims. When a person teams up with another person and they agree to commit crimes, they become infinitely more dangerous. And so there is no comparative guilt. There is no comparative liability. This defendant has been found guilty by a jury, and that's all the court can consider in that regards. I would note this case is a perfect example of why we punish conspiracy the way we do, because of the damage that arose from these agreements to murder. So, Your Honor, for the sentence that the state recommends, before I state that, I ask this court to remember the victims and what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require. I note that the PSI made a recommendation, and it states, on January 3rd, 2023, the defendant's attorney filed a motion indicating they did not intend to raise a mental health defense. However, if she was convicted, they plan to submit information in support of mitigation during sentencing. It seems important to note that while she has been diagnosed with a mental illness, she had the mental capacity to fabricate a story regarding the whereabouts of her children, change Tylee's Social Security payments to her own account, plan a wedding to Mr. Daybell in Hawaii, attend a family vacation with Mr. Daybell's family, lie to them about not having minor children, and relocate to Hawaii. She did all this with the knowledge her children's bodies were buried on Mr. Daybell's property.
Unbelievable.
Those closest to the defendant describe her as a loving and devoted mother. They indicate both children loved her very much. A mother is meant to protect her children. However, the defendant has been found guilty of the brutal murder of her children. The focus should be that 3 innocent people, Tylee, JJ, and Mrs. Daybell, were murdered. The sheer devastation of all the lives impacted by her abhorrent actions warrants punishment. Therefore, it is recommended she be sentenced to a period of incarceration under the custody of the Idaho State Board of Correction. This court is aware PSI writers don't give specific recommendations for what time an individual should spend in prison, but the state does have that. This court is aware that the state's position has always been that justice requires this defendant face the highest level of punishment for her crimes, which at this point is a life without parole sentence. The heinous nature of her crimes and the aftermath of those crimes show an utter and callous disregard for human life. She committed these crimes for remuneration and financial gain, and she has shown no remorse or accountability, and she sees herself as being above the law. She has shown contempt for these proceedings and the process of justice for her children and for Tammy Daybell. At this time, the ultimate punishment is fixed life sentences without the chance of parole. And so specifically, for count 1, for the conspiracy to murder Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft, the state asks and requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole. For count 2, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 1. For count 3, the conspiracy to murder J.J. Vallow and to commit grand theft by deception, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. Consecutive sentences are justified here by the severity of the crimes, the fact that it involves different victims, and there was an appreciable amount of time between the murders of Tylee and J.J. For count 4, the murder of J.J. Vallow, the state asked for a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 3, but consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. For count 5, the conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences previously requested. And for count 7, grand theft, the state requests the full sentence of 20 years. Pursuant to Idaho Code 195307, we request a fine of $5,000 to be paid to the next of kin of Tylee and JJ. I would note that Idaho Code 19-5307 includes a list of crimes, violent crimes, for which that payment to a victim may be granted. And it includes murder, but does not include conspiracy to commit murder. However, we'd also note that under Idaho Code, the punishment for murder is the same as the punishment, the punishment for conspiracy is the same for the punishment to commit murder. And so we'd ask for a $5,000 fine to be paid to the next of kin of Tammy Daybell. We'd ask for an order of restitution to the United States of America Treasury in the amount of $22,545, which amount was proven at trial to be the amount that was stolen from the Department of Treasury. I would note, Your Honor, compared to these other crimes, grand theft does not seem like a big deal. But I would note that in context of these crimes, this grand theft is a big deal. It shows her contempt, not only for her children, shows her contempt for everybody else, because that money belongs to everyone.
I think this is a no-brainer. She's getting life without parole.
Finally, pursuant to Idaho Code 18-112, we would ask for fines of $50,000 for each count of conspiracy and murder, for a total of $250,000 in fines. The state has essentially asked for the maximum sentence allowed under the law. The sentence is not only justified, it is necessary to satisfy the 4 goals of sentencing in Idaho. A sentence less than what the state has requested will not satisfy those goals. And I want to end, Your Honor, where I began. What is the value of a life? What is the value of Tylee Ryan's life? What is the value of J.J. Vallow's life? And what is the value of Tammy Daybell's life? Our communities and the people we represent, the value is great, it is immense, and it is immeasurable. No sentence given today will bring those victims back to their loved ones. There is no true justice for murder, so we have to do the best we can. And any sentence that would allow this defendant to even hope for release from prison would send a message that these communities don't value the victims' lives appropriately. Again, in regarding the goals of sentencing, we request this court make its decision pursuant to those goals and through the lens of what justice requires for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. These crimes were heinous, they were egregious. Again, she murdered her own children. They had a right to depend on her Tylee and JJ had a right to be protected by her. She betrayed their trust in the most awful and horrific way imaginable. She profited from those murders. The defendant conspired to murder her boyfriend's wife. It wasn't enough to steal or to break the marriage. She wanted Tammy dead. And why? Well, there were $430,000 that they profited from that. And so what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require? It requires that this defendant never have a chance for freedom because her victims no longer have that. This defendant forfeit the remainder of her life to prison because her victims were forced to forfeit their lives. What is the value of a life? Thank you.
So he's done, wrapped up with his. I'm going to see what goes on now. He's probably going to go to the defense.
All right, Mr. Wood, there was just one point of clarification I wanted to have on the grand theft recommendation. You recommended a 20-year sentence on that, and I just wanted to clarify. I believe the maximum possible under Idaho's grand theft statute is 14 years.
That's correct, Your Honor. I apologize. It is 14 years. We would ask for the maximum 14 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Oh, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'd like to double check that. I think it might have changed. Your Honor, I believe that has been changed to 20 years.
And I think, is that only if it's by extortion? I think there may be a limitation. I'll double check, counsel, and allow the defense to comment on that as well when they have their opportunity to speak. All right, we'll consider the recommendations of the state submitted at this time. I'm going to take a mid-morning break at this point. We do have a court reporter that has to take down all of this verbatim, which is a large task, and others may need to use the restroom. I'll note that given all of the people here, the facilities we have, that it will take some time. So I'll plan on a 30-minute recess, and then I'll have the defense, if they're ready to make their recommendations after the recess. Is that all right, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take our recess then, and we'll continue with the recommendations of the defense after break.
So, as you heard, they're going to be taking a break now, and he's going to be going over. I thought it was going to go to the defense. Maybe we missed it, or I missed it. I'm unsure.
And let me just indicate, we'll have the audience and those in the gallery please wait while we have the defendant escorted out for security purposes. Once the bailiffs have given you the word that it's okay to exit the courtroom, you can do that, but please remain where you are until that.
Lip is peeling. More ballistics. So as you see, they're leaving the courtroom. They're escorting Lori Vallow Daybell out of the courtroom. She is wearing an orange and white striped jumper. This is her sentencing hearing. She is here for sentencing. And, you know, it seems to me that her attorneys well represented her. They have at least some objections that they're most likely going to challenge at the appeals level in this case. Many know that appeals of this kind, unless it is overwhelming, and would most likely change the jury's mind. That's the other, you know, nuance to that. Sometimes just because there may be new evidence, that evidence may be found not to have changed, or would have most likely not changed the mind of the jury, and therefore it's denied anyways. So you in the appeals realm, they've set their objections up, and so they will be challenging those. And again, they most likely will fall flat, and that's kind of where it's going to stay for a little bit. And she's going to have, and this is the bad thing, even with DP cases. This one didn't appear to be DP. It doesn't look like they're looking for DP. They appear to be looking for life without parole in the matter on all accounts, consecutively, not concurrently. So they're wanting to get her the maximum amount of time. So even if, even if one of the charges, let's say, for example, they appeal something and one of the charges is thrown back. They couldn't, I don't know, because they wouldn't be throwing the whole entire case back. They would be only dealing with the one aspect of the case in many parts. But if the appeal is successful and the case has to be retried, that's something totally, totally different. But I'm not sure how that would work if it was just one issue. I never really did appeals. The appellate process is pretty much, I understand the concept of the appeals court, but and I could do some research on it. It would be pretty cumbersome, but I would and probably should do some appellate research just for knowledgeable purposes. But I know that they've set up the appeals. He objected during a lot of the statements. They probably did that on the record for one of the appeals they're going to bring, stating that, the impact statement went outside of what was allowed in the courts and therefore, swayed the judge, and because of this gross violation and swaying of the judge, she got more time than what she would normally get. They will be trying to challenge the sentencing aspect of this as well. You can already hear them object. Like I said, you don't really hear objections unless they're planning on challenging something. They were objecting all through this entire, which I thought was just distasteful. Like, I'm sorry. This family and friends have been through absolutely so much. And this is their one time that they get to finally, let those feelings and anger and frustration out and finally let the person know what they did to them. Let the courts know what this has done to them, their family, how it's ruined their lives, and you got somebody objecting in the middle of them pouring their heart out to the courts. It's a little frustrating, but in all fairness, this would have been one of those things where we always talk about, prepping witnesses. You kind of just give them a lay of the land. You don't coach them. Prepping a witness is not coaching a witness. It's preparing them for court. So they're going to be, counseled on if, for example, if an objection is called, just stop until the judge rules on. They will be prepping the person so they don't overtalk objections. They don't overtalk the judge. A lot of the prepping would be when the opposing counsel asks you questions. If it's a yes or no question, answer yes and no. Short and sweet. You prep them so that they're not off guard. You never want to coach them or talk to them, about what and how they say it. You don't want it ever to come off like you've coached them what to say, because that'll be easy to get them their testimony barred from the trial courts, and that's not what you want whenever you have witnesses. So also in this impact statement, if they would have explained to them, what they should include in with their victim impact statement, what is not allowed. Obviously, they were a little touchy on the accusatory portion of it, but I think the reason why they were is they were bringing Chad's name up quite a lot in this very public trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. Many of us know that Chad has not yet been to trial for his part in all of this. And some of those things were directed squarely at him, accusing him prior to him. So they were probably weighing that on this as well, that there's still another person that has to still go to trial, and this could be very prejudicial to his case with what they're saying. So I kind of understood that as well, because I could hear some things that I'm like, yeah, that's not really appropriate. And the judge did try to let some of it fly because he's the one that understands what he's allowed to take into consideration and what he's not allowed to take into consideration. So, you know, a professional judge could remove that from his mind in weighing all of this out. Because of the heinousness of this case, I can't foresee the judge not giving her the max penalty. Just, I mean, even with her being mentally unstable, just because you're mentally unstable and just because you're not taking medication for that mental instability does not mean that you're not of conscious body and mind, that you're not aware of your decisions being right or wrong. Just because you have a mental illness of some sort doesn't preclude you from understanding right and wrong. And that's the point I think they were trying to make here when they were talking about, you know, her mental illness. You know, yes, they're going to be bringing this up, but it has no real relevance here because we've already proven she was of sound mind, you know, for the better part of the word, you know, not insane at the time the crimes were committed. And that she had the forethought to, you know, do all this planning, plan a wedding, you know, somebody that does normal activities. And then at this time doing a lot of stuff, it sounded to me, if you really just kind of step back from this and take all the craziness from the zombies and everything out, you take all that craziness, him being, this, doomsday guy, right? You take all that out and you just look at it from just it is a very classic case of two people having an affair and wanting to be together and wanting to remove any obstacles in their way by any means necessary. You take all the craziness out, that is what it is. It's a classic love triangle. It's a classic love triangle. It is just, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're trying to make it, convoluted with all this other stuff. There's no need to. The people were in the way. The zombies were all the people in the way, preventing those two from being together. That's it. And they concocted a scheme to get the zombies out of the way. She still knew that those were human beings, because if she thought they were truly zombies, she wouldn't be feeding them, clothing them, washing their clothes, taking care of them, right? If her mind thought they were zombies or the, some kind of Diablo, so to speak, she wouldn't have been doing all that stuff for them up to the moment that they decided to, Sorry, but anybody else that sees zombies usually runs the other way. They don't cook dinner for them. They don't wash their clothes. They don't get them up and send them to school. They are running away from them. They are staying as far away from them as possible. They are terrified of them. So none of that really makes sense. Again, remove the crazy. Remove all the crazy nonsense, and that's what it was. It is a love triangle. There's nothing more, nothing less. That's it. And she killed her kids. And one that she adopted, which, it was mostly her husband, that it was his family's side, So it was JJ. He had some learning issues. What was it, ADHD? I mean, he had some things going on with him, and they were loving enough. At one point, she was a normal person. When did this crazy start happening with her? Right? It started happening when they started plotting on how to be together. All of a sudden, everybody's zombies. All of a sudden, everybody's evil. It seems to me that they just convinced themselves of whatever they needed to convince themselves to do whatever they needed to do. Gail says, yes, Ruby Pearl is another great channel. There are a few. Oh, that's sweet. Look at that. Giving you some props there, Ruby. Aw. Yeah, okay, autistic. I knew it was something. So he was autistic. So he had some, learning issues, and he saw things in different ways than we see things. So they were both dependent. I mean, it makes me feel so bad because Tylee was older. She knew what was going on wasn't right, and she had no choice, really. I mean, think about it. You're taught to listen to your parents. You're taught to do what they say. You're taught to go where you need to go. And we can say that this was definitely a chaotic house. We don't know if they were abused or tortured before all this. We don't know what they did to those kids. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We just don't. And we don't know anything other than what law enforcement knows. We don't, if law enforcement does not uncover something that happened to them, I can guarantee you Lori's not going to come clean with what happened if they never found it. So I can presume and assume, and again, it's an assumption, it's not factual at all, but for everything that she was charged with or that was found to law enforcement, how much other stuff wasn't, right? How much other stuff wasn't? Like statistically, they say when it comes to, say, DUI, right? When it comes to DUI, they say before somebody is caught for a DUI, that they've probably driven drunk many times before that first encounter with law enforcement and the DUI. Statistically, that's what they say. Now, how do they get that information? It's because whenever you have a DUI, there's a whole bunch of paperwork that you have to fill out as part of intake. And some of that paperwork is part of people's research. So they ask you questions like, how often do you drink? And have you ever, used a motor vehicle while, impaired in the past? What were you impaired on in the past? And, in most part, they expect you to be honest. And in part of that, I mean, most people, I don't know why, but a lot of people are blatantly honest on those paperwork. I know for me personally, I was blatantly honest on my paperwork. And I think because it was funny because there was I can't remember what I was doing. I think it was at a seminar or something. And they say, when you ask somebody to do something, usually they'll do it. And then they brought back, certain things in past, and they brought up stuff. And I was thinking about it, silently in my head that time, you're right. Like if people ask you, typically just do it. You don't think anything nefarious. You're there, you're in trouble. They need you to fill out this paperwork. You're filling it out, right? It's law enforcement. You don't want to tick them off anymore, right? They might be able to find out. Let's answer this truthfully, right? So you answer this stuff truthfully, and they use that, believe it or not, for statistical purposes. And statistically, it is known that the majority of people that have their first DUI have driven under the influence of alcohol multiple times prior to that first DUI. So it's interesting. And statistics are they're not, there are some nuances to that, and there are some outliers to statistics. That means, obviously, just because statistics, 85% say this, there's still 15% that say this, and there are people that live in that 15% legitimately, right? So the statistics aren't 100%. So just because statistically everybody that is pulled, that say, I don't know what the statistics are, so don't hold my feet to the fire, but say 80% of the people drove, more than 10 times intoxicated before that first DUI. Well, you might have another 5 or 6 that only drove 1 or 2 times before that first DUI. And then you might have this, 1% chance that for the first time you got behind the wheel intoxicated, you were that unlucky person that was pulled over and arrested on your very first time. I can promise you that person, that 1% is probably the luckiest person. They probably don't feel like it is at that moment, but they're probably the luckiest person, because I guarantee they will never do that again, right? They will never, ever do that again. So you do there, just because a lot of people have driven 10 times, or more before that first DUI doesn't mean everybody that got that first DUI. And it's just the same way with this. So I hope I didn't lose you guys in the statistical stuff. I do have a tendency of doing that every now and again. But I'm just filling air for a half hour anyways, right? So I just got to keep you guys entertained until this guy gets back on and tells us what they are going to do with Lori Vallow Daybell. Now, I believe she's going to get life in prison without the possibility for parole. I believe she's going to get that for each charge consecutively. And I do believe that the judge is going to give her maximum charge on the grand theft aspect of it as well, whether it be 14 years or 20 years. He's going to look at the rules and make sure that he is following the law. So whichever it may be, that's how I feel he's going to rule on it. But who knows? Who knows? This judge, I wasn't a fan that he threw the cameras out of the courtroom. You know how I feel about that, right? But I do still think he's a fair judge from what I see of him, from his the little bit that we do get to watch of this trial from across this country, the people that could not attend this trial in person, the little bit that we do see of this judge, it does appear that this judge is fair. We didn't get to hear his rulings in the trial, which is a little concerning, because we don't know, did he rule improperly for the plaintiff or for the defense? Those things are going to matter, in an appeal arena, whether the judge followed the rules as well. So I don't know how they're going to couch everything, but they're going to be appealing immediately. I don't know how to say it other than that. They're probably, as soon as she was sentenced, they were probably already working on the appeal. That night, they may have given themselves a night or two just to breathe, because when you have a trial like this, it takes everything, literally everything out of you. By the time you get to the end, you are so exhausted, it's almost hard to even think. Your head is literally spinning. It's hard to make a cohesive sentence, let alone a cohesive thought. So how much time do we have? What time did we break on? Because I'm gonna have to get up here and I got some Dr. Pepper. While we were listening to one, I think it was the state attorney talking, I ran out of coffee. I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be bad, because I wasn't expecting to. I forgot all about Lori Vallow Daybell's sentencing hearing today. So I had other things planned, and then it just rolled in there. Like, even after this is over, all said and done with, we were going to watch the interview I had with Brandy Neal related to Michael Monkey Vaughn, because for many of you that are just tuning in, the police have submitted a probable cause affidavit over to the state attorney, and it appears that we are waiting for hopefully several arrest warrants for individuals in connection with the disappearance and what police in Fruitland, Idaho, believe the death of Michael Monkey Vaughn, that disappeared on July 27th, 2021, outside of his home, just literally like 2 doors down at the crossroads of Arizona and 9th Street Northwest, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. And he has never been seen again. And then Sarah and Stacy Wandra came under suspicion at some time we were blissfully unaware of. I mean, we just didn't know until Stacy Wandra was arrested. Stacy Wandra was first arrested. We didn't even know anything about it. But when his wife got arrested from their home, I don't remember the date, but it was for failing to notify law enforcement of a death. I broke that case here on this channel. And from there, Sarah Wander came under our radar. And then through sleuthing that was done by another creator, 2 other people that were with Stacy and Sarah at the time Michael went missing came to light. And when they came to light, there was an interview of Brandon Shirtliff, one of the people that were believed to have been at the Wander home when Michael was abducted. So they also stated that they believe, because of the hits in the yard when they dug it up from cadaver dogs, that it appears that someone, they didn't say who, that someone was buried in their backyard at some point and dug up and moved elsewhere. They stated that that's what it appeared had happened. And they stated that as a statement of fact from law enforcement. Law enforcement told the public that information. So it finally went. We're waiting for indictments. Hopefully we get those indictments soon. Hopefully justice for Brandy and her family, which had a heavy, heavy, heavy toll. We pray that they get justice. It will never, you're listening to the people right now give victim impact statements for Tylee, JJ, and Chad's wife, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head, and I apologize about that. But you're hearing the victims impact statements from them and how no matter what justice is like for the court, what they accept as justice will never be justice for them. They're going to forever have to live with this each and every day of their life, knowing that their loved ones were senselessly killed. Tammy, thank you, Tammy Daybell. And even the family of Tammy's sister, her mom and dad, they lost contact with those kids because those kids are standing by their father. And I'm sorry, I'm also one of those children that, I would never, and I said that when Buster was sitting behind his father all that time. You can love your family and you give them the best attorney. But if my father had killed my mother, I would, or our opposite, because people are, she doesn't have the best relationship with her dad. Okay, well, fine. Let's say opposite. If my mother killed my father, I would be on my dad's side. I would be sitting over on my dad's side. I would not be sitting over on my mother's side. I would hope for the best. I'd love my mother. Well, depending my life, hope. She's people murdering people. Who knows what my childhood was like? It could have been worse than it was, right? So maybe I should be. But in this, you guys are getting my drift. I don't need to over-explain it, but you guys get what I'm trying to say here. So Colby Ryan, don't support his mama. Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that that stand up, and it was really bothersome to me to see Buster behind his father. You can love your father and still be a strong supporter of your mother too. It would have sent a message, and maybe that's the message he didn't want to send. But he had an opportunity to be on that stand, and he could have explained it, right? He could have explained it why he's sitting over there. And if the defense counsel knew that he loved his father and knew that he was sitting over there out of respect for his mother, he could have definitely explained that on the stand. But to sit there and be on his father's side and never once, not once, sit over there to represent the love he had for his mother was just really, really gut-wrenching for me. And I felt really bad. And I even said that, it's hard to see that the entire family's sitting behind Alec. And there was hardly anybody. I mean, the media was sitting behind Maggie, but nobody else was. Nobody from her family really was. There may have been 1 or 2 people, but to the gravity of the family that was sitting behind Alec, it was really disgusting. I'm sorry. And that's just how I feel. It was disgusting. That's something that Buster is going to forever have to remember. You know, you stuck up for the man that slaughtered your mother and your brother, and you sat behind him. You rooted him on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird, but I don't know if I could do that. I don't know. I really don't know. Anyways. So it's hard. You see the damage that this case has done to the entire family. And it's like, you know, even with the family and dealing with the loss, they're still dealing with family turmoil because of this, because it pitted families against families. Families against families. Literally, Tammy gave birth to her kids with Chad. And it sounds like her mother had to go to the grave. I don't know if she's still alive. It sounded like, or it was implied that she was in poor health without seeing her grandchildren because their father murdered her daughter. I mean, how do you I don't know how you can ever fix that. Those kids, you know, are going to have to live with that the rest of their lives. And you know what, I'm sorry, but there's one thing to support a beloved family member, but there's another, a totally, completely opposite side of that, of being completely, utterly stupid to facts, you know? And I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. But I don't know what's going on in this world today anyways. It's not like Mike Stevens not to be here. Hope he's okay. Miss him. Oh, Mike Stevens is probably eating a bunch of Big Macs and went on a bender and too shy to show his face around here because he's stuffing it with Big Macs. I don't know. I know that this is becoming the longest half hour of my life. How much longer do we have? Like, I feel like it's been over a half hour. Usually I'm a pretty good judge of timing. Oh, Lord. I'm ready. I think the world's ready to find out what she's sentenced to, but I really do believe that she will be sentenced to the maximum. I don't see how the judge, hearing everything that he heard throughout the trial, we only got to hear a little portion of it. You know what I'm saying? We only got to hear a little portion of everything that was going on any minute now. Okay. And we know why the jury came to the conclusion that they went through, and we only got to listen to a little bit, a little slice. It's nice to listen to you, Betty. Oh, thanks, CA. And we only got to but we knew this judge got to hear all of it. He had to see all of it. And I'm thinking, you know, judges, they have families, they have children, they have grandchildren, and they have to see the worst of the worst with humanity. And I don't see how this guy would be able to stomach it, because from my understanding, when they showed pictures of JJ and how he came, sorry guys, but how he came out of the ground, exhumed, so to speak, not really, because he wasn't professionally done. The stories I heard is the jury gasped. That's what I heard. They gasped. And I'm just, you know, it had to have been pretty bad. I don't even want to think of what was going on, but it had to have been pretty graphic, pretty bad. Those babies. Give me just a second. Let me just check on everything, make sure we're still in good shape from behind the scenes. We are still in amazing shape. So far, so good. It's very sad. Here, let me put this up here. It's very sad to think of what was going through that boy and his sister's mind when they were realizing what was going. I know, fear, terror. I just, to think, like I always try to put myself in situations, you know, you'll never be able to put yourself there, but what kind of emotions do you think you'd feel, you know, which is subjective and it's different from person to person. And just shock. I would think would be another one. Just, I don't know if you could move in shock, because that would be like strangers is shocking, but somebody that you loved, I mean, I would think that shock probably had to have been, it probably kept them from being able to scream or move, that the pure shock that it was somebody that they loved, that it was their, like, I'm thinking about Tyler, her mom. Like I could, like, my mom is like my rock. Like I don't think I could ever imagine that my mother would ever hurt me. My mother would put herself in front of a bus to try to save me. You know, like I don't, this whole parental crap, this is the stuff I don't understand. I understand nothing about this. I don't understand how a parent could do this, let alone, I mean, it's like, you know, I can't understand how a human being can do this. Okay, first and foremost, to another human being. That I will never understand. But even moreover, I could never understand, even if I said, you know, people are crazy, they do crazy things, right? But for you to do this to a family member, your blood, and then, you know, in this case where you gave birth to this child, you raised this child was about to go out of the home, go to college. Like that, you know, they started back in the day. Police officers had this veil of protection from whatever law enforcement agency that they worked under. Basically, how it worked is no matter how many, if they violated your rights or whatever, they could not be sued or held accountable personally. If somebody died in their custody due to their negligence or whatever, they could not be held accountable personally. And there was a lot of changes to that. And law enforcement is now, if they do something wrong, they can be personally liable, i.e. why some officers go to jail for second-degree murder, manslaughter in the course of their duties as an officer. And I have to tell you, they are judged more heavily in a court of law because they had a power, you know, and they had a power over people. They had authority. And when you abuse that authority, they tend to not like that. I think it needs to be that way with parents. Like, you have authority. You are the person, you are their protector. They're the ones that look up to you. I feel like they should have harder and more tougher penalties when they violate that trust. Because strangers, there's no trust there. Like, there should be another, you know, there should be criminal charges because of, I mean, they do have criminal charges, but they should be weighted because law enforcement has a heavier weight when they do something wrong than a normal person doing something wrong because of their status as law enforcement officers. And I think it should be similar for parents that do this. They should, because they were the protector, just like law enforcement was the protector. And they violated that. And I just think that there should be just a different standard. I really do. I'm sorry. I think there should be a different standard, a much more tougher standard. So, and I remember somebody told me that if you kill like I think it was not the rag on Dolly, love Dolly, right? But I think on one of his lives, I think it was when we were discussing the Leilani case, he said, you know, she, you know, it was her kid, you know, she should have lesser penalties, or I can't remember how he said it. Don't hold me to the verbatim words, but basically what his concept was that if you kill your own child, you shouldn't be held accountable as much as if you killed somebody else's child. And I fundamentally disagreed with that. You know, and him and I have different perspectives on that. It's no big deal. It didn't like cause any issues. But I'm opposite of that, because a child had, trust in that parent. And because of that, and not only that, but usually parents are supposed to have a bond with that kid. And it would, to me, seems like it would be more heinous to kill your own child than somebody else's. I mean, it's heinous no matter how. There's no good way to say it. You guys understand that, right? There's no good way to explain it. But I disagree with that too, Betty. Well, I'm interested, Pat. What do you think? Because it's hard to, there's nothing good about homicide, period. Just, in and of itself, there's nothing good. There's nothing, it's all bad, and everybody should seek justice, have justice, and the people that do these types of crimes should go to jail. But I feel like if you have a trust or an authority over somebody, that those charges should almost be amplified because of that trust and authority over that person. Yay! There we go. That is exactly what I was trying to say. Took me a little minute. I know, Susan. It is bad. Breaking. Pee Wee Herman is dead at 70. It's hard to believe he was 70 years old. I remember all of those goofy movies. I remember Pee Wee Herman at one point I loved Pee Wee Herman. It was a person of my generation. Like that was comedy to us kids, Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse, Pee Wee Herman's this, Pee Wee Herman's that. I mean, they even had like I don't even know where it was. Maybe Disney potentially. Pee Wee Herman, like a TV series. It was a lot of people were all about Pee Wee Herman back in my day. But you know what? I don't know. Maybe he just didn't want to bow to the system anymore, because there's a lot of stuff coming out about how Hollywood runs with stories when they're trying to distance themselves from actors that don't fall in line. So, it makes me have a different perspective on these people. But again, I don't know. I think this guy was actually arrested, if I remember correctly. He was arrested and actually put in jail. So that you can't get away from. But I heard he was doing some not so things that shouldn't be done in public with himself. So yeah. But 70's young too, so he must have really went downhill after that. I haven't heard about Pee Wee Herman. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the last time I heard about Pee Wee Herman or Pee Wee Herman's names. I think those allegations were brought, and then I remember hearing about him, but I never heard any more about that cancer. Wow. May he rest in peace. I got to tell you, I loved him growing up. He was funny. I couldn't wait for the next Pee Wee Herman movie or series to come out. He was just a big deal back when I was growing up, when I was a kid. He really was. His time was up. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I remember that. Now it's kind of becoming clear. But there's some other things too besides just that. But at an adult theater, I mean, he was going there. I mean, it's an adult theater. Now, if somebody is going to an adult theater and bashful about seeing somebody's gidget, why are you in an adult theater? I've never been to one. I don't see any point where I will ever plan to go to one at any time in the future. So, but I have to be honest with you. If I chose to go into one, I don't know if I'm really going to be offended if I see somebody doing something in that type of setting. Just saying. Where is that post? It went up so quickly. I gotta find it. Oh my gosh, I gotta see this. This is funny. I got a punchline for this. Where's the meat? Oh my gosh, it went from porn house to steakhouse. Now that's some funny stuff right there. Allegedly, if true, right? If true. Oh, we're going to hell. Let us pray. Turkey Man, where are you when we need you? Oh. I have a funny feeling. No, I'm just joking. I know, I did find it entertaining, quite frankly. That was funny. So this judge is obviously looking over everything. He sure is taking his sweet time with me, because I mean, we're coming up way past, I know it's been way past half hour now, because we're almost on 4 hours. And when we started this, I think it was at, oh, I can't remember. At least we'll be together. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's too funny. So I need to go get some coffee. Coffee. I'm dying. Dr. Pepper. I'm just not a soda drinker. I drink it, but just not, it's just not my cup of tea. My cup of coffee. I'd rather have coffee and water. He battled for 6 years with cancer. That's just sad. I feel, you know what? I feel bad. You know, and like I said, if he was a perv in an adult theater and somebody was offended by it, come on, give me a break. Let's be real. Let's be real, right? They were probably jealous that they didn't have the BALLSs to do that while they were watching it too. I don't know what the case may be there, but you know, whatever. I'm sure there's a lot of movie stars that do a lot worse than anyways, getting back to I don't know how to say, I don't know how to speak on here, right? I'm getting tongue-tied. No pun intended. So but I mean, at the end of the day, he was funny. He entertained kids around the world. Because I think he was on PBS at some point too. So, you know, I don't know if it was around the world. Maybe, again, I don't want people to say, "Oh my God, Betty, line over Pee Wee Herman." All right, I don't know. Okay, so throughout the United States, I don't really care. He was well known during my era of growing up, and he was educational. He was funny. You know, and he really court us back on right now. Okay, well, we got this. Okay. Let me go over here. Make sure I'm caught up. If we're back on, we're back on. Why is it doing that? Okay, it doesn't sound like anybody's talking yet. Thank you for updating me, keeping me updated. Are we playing? Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Lori Daybell is probably the most hated woman in America right now, and maybe in the world. But that hate will never bring closure to the victims. That hate will never bring about the healing to those who are hurt by this case. And hate will never bring about peace. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. So how do we stop the hurt and the pain and the loss? And I've heard from a number of people today who've talked about JJ never being able to reach his milestones or his 21st birthday, or we wouldn't know what Tylee was going to be when she grew up. We'll never see her playing in the front yard with her children. We'll never know. We'll never know what Tammy's students make of themselves as they grow up. But we need peace to replace the hurt. And that peace and that healing will only come about by love and compassion. And I hope that each person that's touched by this case, whether they're a family member or a friend or just someone who has followed this case from the beginning, I hope they can heal and find some semblance of peace again, because this world needs peace. Which brings me to love. And I think that's how we're going to get back to peace. And Lori, if she could speak to each one of those people who have been hurt by this case or been affected by this case in a negative way, her message would be one of love. Her motto is, love is the key.
Oh, come on,
And
that ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
Lori's a very misunderstood person. People that know her, and I mean really know her, get the chance to know her the way that I did, the way that her family knows her. They would know that she is about love. Now, Lori and I didn't always get along. Our team has had tension and frustration and a lot of misunderstanding. But overwhelmingly, an overarching concept behind Lori and everything that she says to us and everything that she does is love. So if you get to know Lori, you'd find that she's a very different person than she plays on TV. She's kind, she's loving, she's caring, she's very witty, she's insightful, she's smart. And if you talk to people that knew her prior to 2018, prior to this whole crazy series of events, you'll hear about a wonderful person who was active in her church, who was active in her community, who loved her children, very active in their lives. You'll hear people who talk about how great she was with their children in her church callings, in her neighborhood. She was a great mother to her kids. Her son, Colby, in fact, testified at trial that she was a great mother when he was growing up. She has redeeming values. Kay Woodcock sang her praises today, that Lori was a great mom and that Kay allowed JJ, Canaan, to be adopted by Lori and Charles. And there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of misunderstanding about how this ultimately came to pass. And that's probably not going to change anytime soon. There will be a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of confusion for a while. This brings me to my last topic of healing, and that is of hope. So what is hope? Well, hope is defined as a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. So what do we want to happen in this case? I think the court is well aware of the 4 goals of sentencing pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-21. The first and foremost is the protection of society. The second most important is rehabilitation, and then deterrence of the individual and the public generally. And finally, the least important, according to statute, is that of punishment. Now, first-degree murder is first-degree murder, and conspiracy carries the same punishment. Under Title 18, 4004, and I quote, "The court shall impose a life sentence with a minimum period of confinement of not less than 10 years, during which the period of confinement of the offender shall not be eligible for parole or discharge or credit or reduction of sentence for good conduct, except for meritorious service." So those are the 2 guiding principles that we have to look at. And I know the court's well aware of this. This isn't necessarily for the court's edification. But I think we have to think about how are we going to heal the hurt and the pain and the devastation of this case. with hope. How do we reconcile the four goals of sentencing in Idaho Code 1925-21 and the requirements of punishment in 184004 with hope? Well, we, and collectively, I'm talking about the court, the prosecution, and the defense, collectively, have saved the life of the defendant. I don't think the court, nor the prosecution, or the defense team should take credit or blame for the death penalty being taken off the table as a possible punishment. In my opinion, it was a collective effort, an effort that led to the court's decision. It was a necessary outcome to a series of events that no one person can be credited or blamed. We saved her life, and that is a win. That's a win for all humanity. So now what do? Court can, as the state requests, find a sentence appropriate of fixed life without parole. That certainly meets the protection of society and punishment, the first and last goals of sentencing. However, if the court so chooses, the court can also give the defendant a fixed term of years to serve in prison, followed by an indeterminate term of life. And after great deliberation and thought, we would ask the court to sentence Ms. Vallow Daybell to a 20-year fixed term with an indeterminate term of life. We believe that that meets all the goals of sentencing with an added bonus of hope. So why would we give the defendant any hope at all? Are we rewarding her? I don't think so. It's not about her. Giving her hope, it's for us. It's for everyone in this courtroom. It's for everyone watching on the internet. It's for everyone who's going to watch this on television. It's for everyone who lives and breathes outside the walls of prison. Her hope will benefit society. In our opinion, if you give her fixed life, you will have essentially thrown her away. She has no incentive to rehabilitate. There is no deterrent to her or anyone else. The punishment portion is final and all-encompassing. However, if we give her hope, we protect society by keeping her behind bars well into her 70s, but she has the incentive to be a model prisoner. She has the incentive to help those women that she interacts with in prison. And over time, she changes her behavior, her routines become habits, and she helps other inmates. She becomes a better person. And as these inmates interact with her, this better version of Lori Daybell, they become better people as they re-enter society. So without hope, the likelihood of success in reaching any of the goals of sentencing other than punishment is very low, if not non-existent. Your Honor, we live in the greatest country in the world. We can do this. We can't bring JJ back. We will never reach those milestones. We can't bring Tylee back. She'll never have children of her own. And we can't bring Tammy back. She'll never visit with her grandkids or teach a young student in the library or in her computer class. But we can try to bring others up who go to prison to a higher level than they are when they went in. And I think that's important. And I think that's a testament to JJ and to Tylee and to Tammy. I think that gives them something to carry on in the future. Forgetting about Lori Daybell is not the way that we're going to heal. Remembering JJ, remembering Tylee, remembering Tammy, and allowing Lori to be the best person that she can be in a prison setting, to help other people in that prison setting. That's how we're going to get the benefit out of Lori. The benefit to society of giving Lori Daybell hope far outweighs any detriment. And what do we have to lose by giving a woman in her 70s an opportunity to go before a parole board and to ask for release? There's not even any guarantee that she will be released in her 70s. But that hope is what's going to drive progress in this case. So in summation, we need to heal in order to have peace. Peace comes through love. Love is manifested in this case through hope. We ask the court to show mercy and look to the future. We ask the court for a 20-year fixed term plus life indeterminate, concurrent for all 5 counts of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We would ask the court to give Lori Daybell a 14-year concurrent sentence for the grand theft to run concurrent with each one of the other charges. We can do this, Judge. We can move forward towards peace again and heal, which is what we really need to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the recommendations, Mr. Thomas. All right, Ms. Vallow, before I impose sentence, if you choose, you may address the court. This is known as the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf or present any information in mitigation of the punishment for the crimes you've committed. And let me inquire at this time, do you wish to address this court? All right, very well, you may make your statement.
I would like to start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true." Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes.
This is not going to help her.
In that time,
I think her attorney did more.
my sister Stacy was standing to my left.
She just lost
I
every.
turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I have had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned
why
the
did they
loss
take
of my
themselves
loved
out?
ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and
why do you
I'm
wanna
homesick
keep your
for it
life?
every single day.
Why don't you want to go visit them?
I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth
This
as
chick
mortals.
is lost.
Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly
I won't
imagine.
interrupt anymore.
I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly.
So bad.
I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was
Lady, they
home.
were.
But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Tylee has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Tylee is free now from all the pains of her life. Tylee suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Tylee in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylee suffered in her life. She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will.
And you killed her.
I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylee had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylee, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. the first time JJ visited me after he passed away. He put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you. And I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life. My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort, and I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren, and I have a great love for Tammy. My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
I don't know who wasn't outraged by that bullshit.
All right, Ms.
Excuse
Vallow,
me.
thank you for your comments to the court.
Oh my God. Unthinkable.
Let me ask you at this time, Ms. Vallow, are you fully satisfied with the representation you've received from your attorneys throughout this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
Infuriating.
All right, the court will conclude then with my own review of the matter and then pronounce sentence.
All right, guys.
Ms. Vallow, based on the jury's verdict of guilty in this case, it is the judgment of this court that you're guilty of the following counts of the amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 7, grand theft. Carefully reviewed the record of this case, beginning with your prior criminal history. Very notably, you're 50 years old. These are the first criminal convictions you've ever had. I will note, however, in addition to these convictions, you have 2 additional conspiracy to commit first-degree murder cases pending in Arizona. And it's somewhat incredible in this case that seeing you've gone from no criminal history in your life, now having been convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and you continue to face more additional counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in another state. I've looked at the recommendations in the pre-sentence investigation report. It ultimately recommends a prison sentence stating, quote, incarceration under the custody of the Idaho Board of Correction. Normally, the court would have some additional information to rely on in fashioning its sentence, including the benefit of recommendations based on a gain evaluation, substance abuse report, mental health review, other reports. However, elected not to cooperate with the pre-sentence investigation.
Wow.
As I would note on page 23 of the pre-sentence investigation report, it states, quote, Lori Vallow Daybell intends to remain silent during the pre-sentence investigation process. She has the packet, but does not intend to answer any questions of evaluators or investigators. Quote, no attempts were made to complete the court-ordered screenings due to her refusal. I'm advising you that that was your choice to not cooperate in the pre-sentence investigation, but it left me without some additional information that potentially could have been mitigating in your case. And as I proceed with the sentencing, I'll note those deficiencies in the information I normally would have in a pre-sentence investigation report. As has been mentioned by both sides here, the court has to consider certain sentencing objectives when I sentence somebody, and these are set out in cases including State versus Hill, which is a Court of Appeals case 103 Idaho 565, and it's been adopted by our Supreme Court as well. And I have to consider four main objectives. Number one, the protection of society, which is the primary objective. Two, deterrence of the individual and public generally. Three, possibility of rehabilitation. And four, punishment or retribution for wrongdoing. That case states, moreover, it's clear as a matter of policy in Idaho, the primary consideration is the good order and protection of society. All other factors must be subservient to that end. I've also reviewed and considered the criteria set forth in an Idaho statute 1925-21 on the question of whether or not you should be confined to prison and to what extent. That statute sets out a variety of factors I have to consider in weighing whether a long prison term here would be appropriate. Some of the attorneys cited already to some of the provisions of that statute, and again, it talks about the primary consideration of the protection of society, and also talks about the impact on the victim, the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, and deterrence are also to be considered. There are some factors laid out in that statute that are not necessarily controlling, but weigh in favor against either imprisonment, or in this case where imprisonment's required, an extensive imprisonment term. Some of those factors under Part 2 of this statute is the defendant's criminal conduct neither caused nor threatened harm, which is clearly not the case here. That the defendant did not contemplate the conduct would cause or threaten harm. Again, that would not apply here. The defendant's criminogenic needs indicate the defendant will benefit from supervision and treatment in the community. That's unavailable, as community treatment can't occur with a minimum prison sentence required here. Another factor, were there substantial grounds tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. I don't find those apply given the facts of this case. Other factors, the victim of the defendant's criminal conduct induced or facilitated the commission of the crime. That did not occur here. Another part talks about compensation, which I don't find would be appropriate here other than on the grand theft charge. Part G, the defendant has no history of prior delinquency or criminal activity or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time before the commission of the present crime. That is the single most mitigating factor I see in this case. Again, it's unbelievable that at your age you have no prior criminal history and now you sit here convicted of the most serious of charges. I also have to consider whether the criminal conduct was the result of circumstances unlikely to recur. Based on the evidence in this case, and in particular, considering the statement you just made to the court, I find it weighs against me finding in mitigation for that factor.
Told you that would work.
And then finally, the character and attitudes of the defendant indicate the commission of another crime is unlikely or the defendant demonstrates amenability to treatment. So those are the mitigating factors. Then in aggravation, we have more factors to consider. Is there an undue risk that during the period of a suspended sentence or probation, the defendant would commit another crime harmful to another person? Would a lesser sentence depreciate the seriousness of the defendant's crime? Will imprisonment provide appropriate punishment and deterrent to the defendant? Will imprisonment provide an appropriate deterrent for other persons in the community? And a factor that would not apply here is the defendant a multiple offender or professional criminal. I don't have an LSI score, which is one value I can look at to help determine whether or not you'd be likely to reoffend. I don't have that because you wouldn't cooperate with the report. So considering here that you've lived a law-abiding life and for a long time, you were obviously a good mother, sister, daughter, and friend to many people. I have to take that into account. You've served a very long time of local jail, over 1,200 days, and the report is you've been a great inmate, never caused a problem for anyone in the jail. And you should be commended for that. And that also shows that you are capable of that. I believe your counsel when they tell me you're an intelligent person. Up until all these events began to transpire, you've achieved goals in your life, you've done important things in your life. And I'd note that despite some of the comments here today, I have found that during my interactions with you throughout this long case, including your trial, you've been respectful of the court. Do we know what this beeping is that keeps going off? Sorry. All right, the court will next consider, and I think it must be considered in mitigation, that you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this case where there were commitment proceedings. I've reviewed those reports and have that personal information from having gone through the determinations of whether or not you were competent or fit to stand trial. The most current diagnosis the court has is from Dr. Watson,
You're not
in
taking
February
that
of this
out.
year states you suffer from, and I'll quote, delusional disorder, mixed type with bizarre content and hyper-religiosity, continuous and unspecified personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features. So obviously a very complex diagnosis that's been made here. Whether or not that can or how it would be treated, I think by all accounts is unknown at this time. I've reviewed your personal history, including statements from your own immediate family members, and it's clear that something radically changed in you that led you to where you are today. In a statement made in the pre-sentence investigation report, your mother stated it perhaps best and said that you are not now, quote, the person she knew. The record in this case, including all the evidence I observed during the jury trial, indicates that if it wasn't already occurring, that this relationship with the co-defendant seemed to be a catalyst for the change. At this point, I'll note that I will not be making comments on any other co-defendants in this case, as your co-defendant is currently presumed innocent and awaiting trial. In sum, there are significant mitigating factors the court has to consider here when I consider you and your life as a whole, and that does make the case difficult. Typically, when I see somebody to be sentenced and they don't have a prior criminal history, they're given opportunities to first prove themselves on probation or avoid a lengthy term of incarceration. However, of course, some crimes are so serious that even with mitigation, there is no other reasonable option except for a prison term and a long prison term. And sadly, you've been convicted of and have committed the most serious crimes possible, and those crimes also require an equally serious punishment. So this is the part where I will consider what I think are the factors in aggravation. I went through those factors in the statute that I look at, and as I'll explain, I find that 5 of those factors weigh against you and in favor of a lengthy period of imprisonment. First, the case itself. I'll discuss that. There was a lot of pretrial litigation in the case. You decided to take your case to a jury trial. I will state and emphasize that I firmly believe it's the right of every person in our country to exercise their right to a jury trial, and they're afforded the full due process of the law. It's been somewhat disheartening to me to realize that there are many people who think that they can predetermine a case and somebody shouldn't be afforded their full rights of due process before they are convicted of a crime. Well, I didn't make all of the rules that govern criminal cases, but I took an oath to uphold the rules that are there, and I make every effort to ensure that people's due process is protected because that's an important duty of mine. Everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, And everyone in a criminal case does have a right to a jury trial. Sometimes I feel like maybe too many cases settle, and there should be more trials because it's a right people are entitled to exercise. You exercise that right, and I
believe that too.
in no way hold it against you that you decided to have your case determined by a jury. That's your right, and it does not impact or influence my decision in sentencing. Before trial, I did not delve into all of the evidence or facts of this case and only address those when necessary to make rulings on motions, because I wanted to keep objective through the proceedings and remain impartial. You were afforded all of your due process in this case, and ultimately, after presentation of the evidence, a jury did find you guilty on all counts. I bring that up now because when there is a trial, I learn and see all of the facts along with the jurors. And that's a different scenario than when someone enters a plea and I'm only allowing argument in a sentencing and not sitting through the evidence as I did here. Having considered all of the evidence that I saw at trial along with the jurors, it's been a difficult task for me to narrow down and articulate all of the aggravating factors because really there are so many here. Murder is the most serious offense. And the most unimaginable type of murder is to have a mother murdering her own children, and that's exactly what you did. You were involved in and guilty of conspiring to murder another group of children's mother, Tammy Daybell, who had children of her own. And despite the jury convicting you with overwhelming evidence, you still sit here before the court today and said you didn't do it. You came here to East Idaho, where I've spent my life, and moved here from another place already with plans in progress to make your children disappear. The evidence bore that out at trial. You removed your children from their home in Arizona, alienated them from friends and family, got rid of JJ's service dog. You moved to Rexburg, a community where you could find 1,000 random families to take your children, and you brought them here to murder them. You had so many other options. You could have gotten divorced. You could have found someone to take care of those kids. But as the state was able to prove at trial, you chose the most evil and destructive path possible.
Amen.
You killed those children, according to the state's theory, and I believe it, to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially. You justified all of this by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole, and clearly you are still down there. While you were enjoying your new life in Hawaii, countless law enforcement officers, family members, and volunteers were searching for your children. And I don't think to this day you have any remorse for the effort and heartache you caused for others who looked for your children
Amen.
when you knew where they were and knew they were dead. They were found dead, burned, mutilated, and dismembered, and buried like animals. After you knew they were dead, you collected public funded assistance payments meant for them, and that was blood money you kept for yourself. And that's the grand theft charge you've been convicted of. Your sister, your son talked to you, begged with you while you were in the jail during phone calls I heard at trial. And those were very sad and difficult calls to hear. And you didn't provide any assistance or comfort to them. During the trial, when the evidence came out about how these children were found and the state they were in, you wanted to be excused and not have to watch the evidence, and were fine to let all the other people in the courtroom, including the jurors, have to bear through that. However, I ruled that you did have to sit and watch and see the result of your heinous crimes. The jurors in your case fulfilled their duty admirably. All 18 jurors we had, because we had alternates, went through the entire trial and faithfully fulfilled all their obligations and all the instructions. So we were able to get impartial jurors who weren't already tainted by pretrial publicity to decide your case. And I do thank the jurors publicly for the service they rendered. Those jurors I noted during the trial were very good at keeping their emotions in check and keeping stone-faced, as they're supposed to do, and be objective until the case is done and submitted. However, I did note at certain times during the trial, such as when there were videos and pictures shown of you in Hawaii at this time frame when JJ and Tylee were lying in shallow graves, the disgust on the faces of those jurors was evident, and shocking revelations about what happened here just kept coming through the trial. The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review, and there's images that I will never get out of my mind, and I'm just looking at the pictures. Law enforcement officers who had to deal with the aftermath of what you did, I'm sure were traumatized, and I know it was traumatic as well for the jurors who had to sit through and see the photographs of these dead and mutilated and buried children. For those people who loved and cared about JJ and Tylee and Tammy Daybell, to have to see those photographs of them through trial of their dead and desecrated bodies must have been devastating. Tammy Daybell was murdered as a result of your conspiracy. She was, by all accounts, a healthy, happy mother and wife through a lot of her life. And you were out shopping for wedding rings to marry her husband while she was still alive. You were planning a wedding to her husband while she was still alive. You haven't shown any remorse for any of those actions. And she ended up being murdered, buried, had to be disinterred later so an autopsy could be performed in order to prove the evidence of what you had done. She didn't deserve any of that. You took her life away. You destroyed that family, fractured it to the point where, in the information I've had through the PSI, there are relationships that will probably never be mended that have rippled as a result of what's happened. JJ and Tylee, of course, 7 years old, 16 years old, were separate people whose lives were cut way too short because of you. Never got to grow up and be adults. The family and friends who have provided their impact statements, of course, have stated it better than I could about who they were. And it is a loss for everyone that you took them away from this world. And it is the most shocking thing, really, I can imagine, is that a mother killed her own children and you simply have no remorse for it. Even sitting here today, there's no remorse for what you did. After all of this evidence through trial, you haven't shown any remorse. You haven't said you're sorry. You haven't done anything to seek leniency from this court. There's been a lot of people during trial and here who explained the devastation you're responsible for, and you've forever altered the lives, not in a good way, for many, many people, destroying family relationships, taking people away that were loved, cared for, and needed. You may not believe to this day that you've done anything wrong, and you still may think you're justified by your religious beliefs for what happened here. I'm not here to judge that, but I don't believe that any God in any religion would want to have this happen, what happened here. And your crimes are heinous and egregious, and that alone can constitute a major aggravating factor that requires me to impose a serious length of incarceration. So after weighing all those factors, I need to in aggravation, I find that the sentences I'm about to impose will serve the interest of justice
Here we
by,
go, guys.
number one, preventing you from ever doing this
Here we
again.
go.
That they will not depreciate the seriousness of your crimes, will punish you appropriately, and will serve to deter both you and others. So that concludes the aggravating factors the court considered. At this time then, I am prepared to pronounce sentence. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Archibald, and the defendant, would you please rise for the pronouncement of sentence?
Rise, woman. Face your day.
Based on all the relevant circumstances, including the evidence and recommendations presented in court today, it's the judgment of this court. Ms. Vallow, you'll be sentenced as follows. I'll first note I'm going to take up the counts out of order as I want to address the substantive murder sentences first. So on count 2, the charge you were convicted of, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence of fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of
There you
parole.
go, guys.
On count 4, the charge of the first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate life imprisonment sentence with no possibility of parole. I'll next address the 3 conspiracy counts you've been convicted of. Note under Idaho Code 18-1701, the punishment for those crimes is the same as the underlying offenses you combined to commit. The offenses you combined to commit was first-degree murder, so those may be punishable also by imprisonment for life. I look at what the appropriate sentences should be for the conspiracy charges. At first, I wondered if they should be as long of a term or serious as the substantive murder charges. However, what I've concluded is that these conspiracy convictions merit the same grave punishment for several reasons. First, the conspiracies in which you engaged in have had far-reaching impacts on many people besides the deceased victims. And with what the court's heard, I am convinced that the conspiracy charges also merit the same serious sentence. So on count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception, sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. And on count 5, the conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Finally, the court will address count 7, which is the charge of grand theft. On that charge, court is going to sentence you to a fixed determinate term of 5 years of prison, followed by an indeterminate term of 5 years of prison for a total 10-year term of imprisonment on the grand theft. Court will next consider whether sentences should be imposed consecutively or concurrently. I generally don't, I'm a pragmatic person, and I've struggled with the point of a consecutive sentence when in Idaho, a life sentence is just that, a life sentence without parole. And I've thought it through. However, when I looked at this case and the more I thought about it, I've determined that because there are 3 separate murders with 3 separate victims that occurred at 3 separate times, then running counts concurrently would not serve the interests of justice, because those crimes all need to be taken into account separately and distinctly and
You got the
individually.
book thrown at her. The toughest.
And you need to be
penalties
held
that are
accountable separately for each of the 3 murders. So
grand theft.
on those counts, the court will run consecutively the count 2 murder of Tylee Ryan, consecutive to count 4, the murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, and count 5 will run consecutive to count 2 and 4, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell. So 3 consecutive life terms of prison. The remaining counts will be concurrent to the counts that are consecutive. The court will impose fines as requested by the state in the amount of $25,000 for all counts except the grand theft. On the grand theft, the fine will be in the amount of $1,000. The court will assess the civil penalty that was requested, and I find it's appropriate under Idaho Code 195307 of $5,000 per victim on each of the 3 victims as a civil penalty. And then finally, the restitution, which was requested by the state. Mr. Wood, if you could reiterate that number, 22,000 of what the restitution term is. And I want to inquire if there's any other restitution being sought by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I said 22,545. And the state would ask for an additional 30 days to submit any further restitution for the victims, living victims who have been deemed as such by this court. The court will assess that restitution on the grand theft charge of $22,545 as shown through the evidence at trial. And the court will allow 30 days for additional restitution requests, but that will be waived if it's not submitted timely. That'll conclude the court's sentencing on the charges. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions on the sentence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, counsel, before we conclude, and Ms. Vallow, importantly, I need to advise you of the rights you have now. You do have the right to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court from this judgment of conviction, and you have a right to be represented by an attorney if you appeal. You're also advised if you can't afford an attorney, an attorney will be appointed for you at public expense, and you only have 42 days to file an appeal. You also have the right to seek relief from my judgment under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. You have 120 days to file that motion if you believe a correction or reduction of this sentence is appropriate because it was either illegal or too harsh. And finally, you may also have rights to seek relief under the Idaho Uniform Post-Conviction Relief Act. Those actions have to be filed within 1 year from the day your right to appeal expires. Do you understand those appellate rights? All right, she acknowledged yes. The defendant will be required to submit DNA samples upon remand to the Idaho Department of Corrections. I'll ask the attorneys to please turn in any copies of the pre-sentence investigation reports or addenda so those can be kept in confidence and additional copies will be destroyed. And Ms. Vallow, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Fremont County to be delivered to the proper authorities of the Idaho Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That'll conclude our sentencing hearing.
As you see, she's about to, law enforcement is going toward her. All right, they killed it there. So guys, you know, I really thought, this is what I really thought. I thought her attorney spoke very well on her behalf. And I have to think he moved the judge a little bit. I really do. I think he moved the judge a little bit. I think because as she started talking, I started seeing him put X's on certain things. So I honestly believe if she would have kept her mouth shut, she would have actually had an opportunity for a less sentence. I still think she was going to get concurrent life sentences, or consecutive life sentences. But he may have thought differently. I don't know. I don't know. I believe things happen for a reason. She opened her mouth. She showed no remorse throughout it. She wanted to hide, duck, bob, and weave when everybody else had to look at the worst of what she did. And she wanted to duck, bob, and weave and didn't want to be there for that. Thank God for this judge forcing her to have to endure what she did to her children and to another woman she called friend. It's just, this lady is very, very, she's not obviously mentally ill to the level of Idaho State. And even if she was, they can only take that in as a mitigating circumstance. They do not have temporary insanity laws there. And so but they will take it into consideration as a mitigating circumstance. He took that into consideration. He deemed her a hazard to the community. So he's going to try to keep her away as long as possible. I think for the victims, justice will never be served for the victims and families. I think we can all concur on that. However, I do believe that justice was served in the eyes of justice, in the eyes of the law. I think that the judge was fair. He could have done all of them concurrently or consecutively. I think he was very fair in applying that to the charges. But for now, she will die in prison, pending an appeal that goes in her favor. She will die in prison. And even if she does get an appeal that goes in her favor, doesn't mean she will go free. So I think it's over for her. I think this sends a very clear message of what we're going to expect in Chad Daybell's trial. Chad Daybell will be coming up. I don't know when his trial is set for. I have not looked. I've got it pulled up here because I was looking at Bryan Kohberger's stuff. But either way, all right, guys. Well, God bless each and every one of you. Wasn't planning on being here this long, but we are. Tomorrow we will be back here in the morning. I'm not going to be going as early as live. I don't have the ability to go at 6:30, but we are going to be pushing these out just a little bit. Probably this would be about the same time we start tomorrow, around 10 a.m. And if I can go earlier, I will. Just be on the lookout for my lives. But we will be live tomorrow. Just don't expect me to be here at the crack of dawn. So you guys enjoy your morning, and you guys got to get up all by yourself tomorrow. All right, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe and kind to one another.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.